the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. That's Johnny. Oh man, now you look perfect. You look stunning this morning.
I look fat.
We all do. Let me tell you something. I woke up this morning, I looked at April and I just said, one more day and then I got this. I need one more day of recovery, and then we'll be all right. I woke up, I had like a little bit of the sore throat thing. I had like 3 or 4 cigars this weekend, so my throat's kind of feeling that. The eyes are a little tired from not getting enough sleep still a little, but I had that feeling where I'm like, you know what this is? Lingering residue. Lingering residue, and then I'm going to be fine. I got that. It's not like sore throat. It's that feeling you get in the back of your sinuses. It's kind of that sore back of the sinuses feeling. It's like where the throat and the sinus canal
Because you've been putting too much smoke through your lungs, man.
Putting too much smoke and cock and food and drinks. And
well, I mean, one of those happens all the time.
Look, and they're supposed to be fun. But what do you do? Welcome to the show. I hope everyone else who was at the party on Saturday feels the same way I do. That's how you know it was a good time. If you still feel, it is weird as a human race. We establish how much of a good time we had, largely based on how long we feel like absolute shit.
If you're not recovering, you weren't partying.
Exactly. Yeah. It's hey man, I went out Saturday, drank all day, went to a show. It was fucking awesome. It was so much fun. Oh yeah, then why don't you feel like death on Tuesday? That's a good point. Maybe I didn't have as good of a time as I thought I did. Because it's Tuesday and I feel fine. Well, guess what? It's Tuesday and I don't feel fine. So everything must have went great. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Busy day today. I have, some days we're just like, hey, support the show. Keep us going. The little engine that could, a little show hanging in there with, few tens of thousands of listeners, of viewers, of fans, whatever, and throw in a couple of bucks. You all throw in a couple of bucks. We'll break these goals down to a daily number instead of a monthly number, whatever, and we'll knock this thing out. And then there's some days where I go, hey, look, guys, I know that usually you just throw money at this program as a way of like showing your support, and for some of you, it's pity. But today, I actually have something for you. We hit overtime, and I got some things. And we talked about these things yesterday. I found another thing. So as Norman Payne from the Northern Boys would say, inside this thing is another thing. And one of these things is my favorite thing.
One of these things is not like the others?
One of these things is a Crowder parody song.
Oh, God, no.
Which we will go over today if we hit overtime. And the other thing that I've got a Crowder double feature for overtime.
What the hell else did he do?
Right. Do you remember when Al Pacino's character in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was talking to Rick Dalton, and he talked about how he watched Bounty Law, and then he watched the 14 Fists of McCluskey, and he had a Rick Dalton double feature? Well, we have a Steven Crowder double feature because for some reason, this has got to be against the advice of everybody on his legal team. He decided to address shit about his divorce again on his show.
Did he not learn from 3 or 4 months ago?
I'll tell you why he did it. It was 1,000% based on his own vanity. He heard rumors that people had heard that he was dating girls while he was going through his divorce, and he felt the need to explain himself. And so he went on this big diatribe about...
They were guys!
Well, there was... you guys, he's not really dating girls. He's gay. But he also did that passive-aggressive, cunty cult leader thing that he does, where he kind of lowbrow or low-key threw a little threat towards his wife's team at the same time. It's like, dude, you're the one sitting there trying to fuck, which is fine. Like, the two of you have decided it's over. It's done with. It's finished. You want nothing to do with it.
It's actually healthy. Moving on.
Yeah, it's wonderful. You don't need to sit on your show and defend. Like, no, I never heard anybody talking about these rumors he said he needs to address. The only reason I heard about them was because he decided to talk about them on his show. And this is something that's very common with Steven, is that if he doesn't have 1,000% control of everything that is said about him publicly, he loses his fucking mind and feels like he needs to try and cram the toothpaste back in the tube. I got to make sure that nobody hears this, because if I were Crowder and I were as big a sociopath as he is, and I felt the need to control every little piece of PR about my program, I wouldn't address... I mean, the fact that the word is out that you're getting pussy shocks the shit out of everyone and actually makes you look better, because we thought you were just secretly plowing man-ass in a chamber somewhere. The rumors I would be addressing is the New York Post story where you're rubbing your fucking balls on people and all your employees are saying, yeah, they interrogated us after the Dave Landau shit and made us sign new contracts and all. Like, I would be addressing that, because that's the one that makes you look like a sociopath. The one where you're fucking, I mean,
is he maybe doing it to, like, throw off the scent?
Of what, the gay trail or the other controversy?
I'd say the other controversy.
Right. Which thing is he avoiding with this?
But I mean, this is a horrible way to do it either way. Like, hey, everyone's looking at me for this. Everyone's looking at me for that. Oh, by the way, I'm not a piece of shit. I didn't sleep around on my wife.
Right.
I didn't do that.
Oh, God, but he's fun. I'll give you that. I have a great time talking about Crowder. I'm not going to say that I don't. I'm not going to be one of those guys who talks about a guy and makes fun of him and all that and then pretend I'm not on some level entertained. I absolutely am. I can't wait for the next one.
You're German. Schadenfreude is a thing.
Yeah, right, exactly. This here's Jurgen. He's a tiny man. What the hell is he doing in a frying pan? Am I high or am I dying, man? Sorry. Lot of Northern boys.
Yeah.
Lot of Northern boys. Sexy Train. Nobody likes me.
Did you expose Gino and Keanu to Northern boys yet?
I think Gino and I watched it on the Rumble Friday show.
Nice.
We watched some Northern boys. I think Nobody Likes Me. I just thought he'd relate to it, you know? But yes, we have Crowder for overtime today. So if you feel like throwing in it all, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, the best ways to do it. But also YouTube and Rumble are great also. 3:15 away, so we knocked out, Cheetos knocked out all of yesterday. He knocked out part of the evening show. The evening crowd got about $35 in yesterday. So it's, we're off, year 10 is off to a good start, and today is really the first day of the week that we've actually had any goal to hit. So thank you for the head start, Cheetos. 3:15 away, become a member. That would be cool. Gift memberships, that's cool too. Or just throw a couple of bucks. Don't mind. Let's knock that down. You know how we like to do. Under 300 by the top of the next hour. Under 2, under 1. Just a real easy way to do it. Thank you guys for your support. Let's check in with the audience. Let's catch up with them. Then we've got a lot of stuff to talk about today, including Native Americans want the name Redskins back for the football team.
That's beautiful. Oh, my God. I have hope in humanity.
I think it's awesome because it was white people who got it taken away to defend those poor, innocent Indians and Native Americans who just couldn't apparently speak for themselves. And now Native Americans are going, you know what? Nobody really talks about us anymore. Since all the baseball and football teams changed their names, you guys mind bringing that back? Because You know, in fairness to them, it's not really a change of their mind. It never bothered them in the first place.
Or if it did, they got over it a long, long time ago. Like the number one holdover people have, Redskins was a derogatory term for bounties on. And it's like, yeah, there were a lot of things that were horrible. But you know what it is now? It's a fucking football team, dude. Yeah. Like, relax. Things have changed.
Right. And I heard one Native American, they said, oh, does the name Redskins bother you? He's like, yeah, I mean, it's not the greatest name in the world, but, at least I'm not black. And I was like, well, that's, it's like it's offensive.
Look, hey,
it's offensive,
I'd rather be
but
a
it's a healthy
redskin than a long nose. All right? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's an offensive thing to say, but, at least he's got, the right mindset of how to get over things,
Silver linings.
MSO over on Rumble says, Lingering Residue, great band. Packerbacker says, I saw Lingering Residue at the Palladium. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
That band really sticks with you. You
right.
You see one time and it's there.
Right to your lung tissue, like tuberculosis. April says, my throat is so gross, someone help. Lemmy says, you're sick, bro. Betcha. I thought I was dealing with lingering residue also. It's not. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could be around all those people all weekend and you could come down with some gunk.
I'm sick. Oh, no.
Especially on your dick, am I right? Hey.
Uh-huh. I had so many crabs on my junk. It was a seafood buffet.
Don't eat them. I keep telling you this. Balls deep. Yeah. Look, I can't. I understand. You're preaching to the converted, Aaron, but I don't know what to tell you about this dirty whore.
There's a reason there's a bounty. I'm not going in there, but somebody's clearly happy.
Balls deep. Oh, I lost my. I hate when I do that. God damn it. I lost my chat. There we go. Balls deep says, yeah, well, I was coughing up blood. Should have never invited those Ebola monkeys to the show on Saturday. Well, you guys said you wanted exotic. God. Lemmy says, Granny and I are sick as dogs. Oh, no, this Harrison guy is really upset that we had a great time on Saturday. He writes, I think he's got like 5 messages here about our show. He goes, oh, man, tell us more about how your gig went. Okay. To everyone who was there, go ahead and write in the chat how the gig went. Johnny, I don't think it could have gone better.
No, it went literally as good as it could have. The only way it could have gone a little bit worse is if, people didn't make it to the restroom in time. But everybody had everything in hand. Like Gino got a little sloshed at the end, but there wasn't even a problem with that. We were all good. It was a fun hang. There was a party bus that manifested out of fucking nowhere.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about the party bus. That if I would have known that party bus was there and that
it's just the fact that it happened.
If someone would have told me they weren't there for us and that homosexual in short shorts and a crop top t-shirt with glittery shoes and a fat gut, if they would have said that wasn't one of our people doing a bit, then I wouldn't have handed him $20 while he was doing karaoke. That was a bad look for me.
He took the money. Didn't he?
He was excited about it. And then he went and waited in the men's room for like 4 hours. I don't know what he was doing. Hobo Chili Recipe with $1.99 says, I prefer the Washington godless heathens. Fair enough. I mean, look, use tomato is what I say. Death and Taxes becoming a Steel Toe member on YouTube for his 15th month. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Ryobi says, I also have a wicked sore throat since the party. Okay, so we all gave each other gunk. Wonderful.
Throat herpes.
We all gave each other some kind of gunk. Citizen M says, it was a fun hang, Harrison. Lighten up. Yeah, Harrison, when you got Citizen M telling you to lighten up, you've really become retarded and lost the plot. Oh, man. Well, James Turner, thank you for becoming a member for your 15th month. I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone on Rumble. Again, return of the goals for pretty much the first time in the 10th season here of Steel Toe. 3:15 away. If you feel like chipping in, who's going to kick us off today and knock this thing out? So we have, all right, now is a bad time to let everyone know that Anthony Cumia talked about our party on his show yesterday.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. That doesn't seem bad to me. Why would that be a bad thing?
I don't want to upset Harrison, and I know that he's probably a fan of other shows that had to sulk about our anniversary show yesterday, so I'm sure they're very bitter about hearing about it, but that just makes me want to play shit more.
I kind of want to see this. I missed Ant talking about it. I saw you talking about it.
Yeah, Anthony had the lovely and talented Chrissy Mayer on his show yesterday, as he does every Monday. And Chrissy, who, of course, will be here at Partners Pub in Sartell on October 21st. Tickets available on eventbrite.com. Chrissy Mayer Live. Get them. They're already selling. I'm very happy about this. Not that I was worried about whether or not Chrissy would sell tickets. I knew she would. I just didn't know she'd sell them that quickly. So I'm very happy with the start we've gotten off to with Chrissy and Lila Hart. And God, Frank Pellegrino will learn over time here not to tell me things that he's working on because I'm very good at...
You can't keep a secret?
Right, because I assume when he says working on, they're going to be done in 2 days, when sometimes these things don't get done for 2 weeks or 3, 4, 5 weeks. So shut the fuck up, Aaron. But we may not be done adding people to that event.
So I'm getting kicked off. Okay.
No. No.
We got to make room. Ditch the cripple.
You're going to be fine. There's maybe more appearances. That's all. But forgive me for dancing around here on, where in the show this was.
Stuff.
We're going to watch Kumia and Chrissy talk a little bit about the weekend we had here at Steel Toe. And I don't know why this surprised me. Maybe it shouldn't have. Gino's got In Hot Water. We have a show on Compound. It makes sense. But I'm going to dance around this clip a little bit. We're right in the neighborhood. And then we'll watch them discuss the lovely time that we had.
The Masons.
Yeah, but nobody that we would know.
Maybe it's all that eyeball pyramid stuff.
Here we go, guys. I'm going to skip around.
Waters.
I don't know.
That's where he was.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, I was wondering, like Minnesota. Yeah, but we're doing a gig. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you've been all over. You go all over the country now. I see some of your dates, and I'm like Minnesota or something.
Minnesota, mostly just to meet the Steel Toe guys.
Yeah.
Now, if I would have known that she was just coming here to meet the Steel Toe guys, I would have dropped the pay structure a little bit, knowing that was the incentive. God damn it, I got to stop making the first offer.
You could have saved a couple bucks here, man.
Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to meet you guys. Well, then in that case, how does 47% of what I just told you sound? There's a meet me fee, if you will.
Let me tell you, I'm a lot more impressive when you have less money. So
that's right. The more money you get, the less you really feel you need to be around me. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. And Gino just got back from there.
That's where he was.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering where they all of a sudden Gino and Keanu are off like a couple who won the Newlywed Game.
They do have
They're being
that
whisked away to certain locations to play golf and have fun.
Yeah.
It looks good.
I know. I was like, wow, they almost look successful.
Yeah. And then
We do that to people. We make you look successful. If you're feeling bad about how you're doing, come here. We'll take you to a golf course. We'll pose for some pictures. I mean, if you guys would have saw the close-up of Gino's shirt he was wearing during golf, it was just filthy. It really was just an old beat-up Chargers shirt that he's probably had since he was in his 20s.
was he? Well, I assume he was sweating a fair amount. It's been humid.
It was just don't give him that credit. The shirt was in tawdry condition before the sweat even started.
stupid Zumach posted something like, "Oh, great friends," because he's with Steel Toe people. It was like great friends, and then a couple, which I think is just Chad's other accounts. It's like shitting on them, and you're like, "How are you shitting on?" Yeah. It must be nice to have friends.
Imagine just following another.
I love Anthony's response to that. He's like, and then Chad was like, "Oh, great friends," and Anthony's like, "Yeah, probably a lot of fun to have friends and go golfing with them."
Like going out and doing stuff with your friends is kind of fun. I resort to gaming most of the time, but even then, like, even if you're just online hanging out with your friends is a good time. Why would you hate on someone? How dare they had fun, the dicks.
Yeah, Chad really always has been that kid in high school that would he was lower on the ladder than you, and he would try to make fun of you in front of a bunch of people, and then you and all the people would look at him and go, "All right, cool." Anyway, guys, you guys want to go to the cafeteria? We're going to grab some food quick before our next class. Hey, what about that thing I said about you? He's like, I'm sorry, who are you again? Do you go here? Oh, yeah, great friends. Yes, actually, it was a wonderful time. Would you like to hear more about it? We're on day 3 of talking about it.
It was beautiful.
Comedians' social media so closely that you know what they're doing all the time.
Know what they're doing, and you can't possibly, that looks fine. Like, yeah, you go, and they went golfing.
Yeah.
Gino, I love how Anthony's like, that's very gracious of Anthony's like, that looks fine. Gino and I are both minutes away from passing out on that bench.
Yeah, the ladies are really the only two things holding you guys together at this point.
Yeah.
Like, it's all,
Gino looks,
especially for Gino. Gino's leaning on you, and I feel like he's also clutching Keanu, because if he doesn't do both, he's just going to fall over.
Gino looks like he has dentures in. And my eyes are slits. Like they're not staying open very well. It's because I had that terrible headache. So if I let any more light than that into my eyes, I was going to have a migraine.
It's excruciating.
Yes.
It looked like a beautiful day, and you're shitting on that? Wow, they're friends.
Someone's doing well. They have friends.
What kind of faggots have friends? Yeah, it's just, sad.
Oh, they're so cute.
Both of those girls are way out of those dudes' league, too.
Fucking thanks, Dick. Appreciate it. Look, Anthony, we know. How about read the room, Ant? How about the fact that every picture we're in, Gino and I are smiling like we just robbed a bank and they arrested someone else for it. We got it.
Maybe that's what it's about.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Because if they were with a couple of uggos,
Yeah.
he'd be like, look how fat your girlfriends are.
That would be right. No, they're with hot girls. Hot girls in love.
So yeah, that was very nice. A little few pictures of the anniversary show over there on Compound, talking about how lovely of a time it was. Thank you guys very much. Oh wow. Gray Idol says Brennan and his guys are still spurging out because you and your audience had. Oh God, you know what? Now, like, it's honestly going to get to the point where I'm going to feel bad for them, not because we had a great time, but it's like, guys, look. Eventually, we will take L's. Everybody takes L's. Everybody will do something that doesn't work out. Just wait till then if you're that hell-bent on being miserable. You'll get there. Don't mention how well we did and what a great time we had. Don't do that.
Don't get upset about it.
Right.
It's the weirdest thing. People had fun.
Yeah.
It didn't involve you. At worst, it's like, no sweat off my nut. I wasn't there.
Look, little Kevy Brenny. Listen, little baby boy, little, child of a family of 10, just looking at what everyone else gets instead of you. Look, the fact that we had a very successful, packed show and had a great time and had a fun weekend, I promise you, buddy, it does not affect your life in the least. You're fine. You're not, but like I did nothing to upset you and bother you. You're doing this to yourself. It shouldn't matter whatsoever.
I think that's our mistake. I think it is. That's the problem. It's affecting him so heavily. I don't understand how, but...
And look, I'm not going to pretend that there's not a part of me that enjoys that.
I find it funny. I'm laughing my balls off.
But but I also at the same time, I'm a gracious God and I'm trying to help them. I'm like, guys, wait, pick your pitch. You're swinging at breaking balls down and away. Pick your pitch. We'll get what you'll get one. Like we'll serve you one up one day. Like just let her high, something you can get your hands out on and go for it. Don't pick this one. As Teddy KGB said, walk away from this one, son. It's bad for you. Thank you very much to Posterior Attention with $4.99 says, yeah, we sure know you can't keep a secret, Aaron. You shut the fuck up, Posterior Attention. I was drunk and I slipped. That was it. But thank you very much for not telling anyone thus far. Hokamasha Baby says, Aaron would make a terrible CEO. Mr. Imholt, we hear there's talks of a merger. Oh, yeah, we're buying out Target. Oh, shit, that was a secret. I mean, how many times have I done that?
More than I can count. I'm amazed you kept a lid on things at the anniversary show as much as you did.
I only slipped up to Posterior Attention. I did.
Because he's got that. Yes.
Harrison, you know what? I got to give Harrison a little credit. He goes, lost my Reddit account after 13 years. Now I'm just trying to find somewhere to yap at. Harrison, look, you should always take the losing of your Reddit account as a blessing from the Lord Jesus Christ. What you do is you then go and you like find a show like this and you start blending in and being as normal as you can with everyone, and then you realize, you know what, I think this might be better, and then you start going and doing things. You're going to find that losing your Reddit account is the best thing that ever happened to you, and I'm there for you, buddy. Cheeto says, you told me too. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, dude.
God damn it. Hulkamash says, Aaron is the god of autists and widow's peaks. You know, that may be a joke to you, but Johnny, how many people do you know that are the gods of two different things?
Not a lot. I don't know. I'm not very theological.
Exactly.
I don't know.
I don't like that I gave you the Anton Chigurh look after I said that, too. I gave you the, don't put it in your pocket. You put it in your pocket, it will become, you're mixed up with the other coins and become just a quarter, which it is. You give him the big eyebrows, though. Harrison says, seriously, Reddit was a dumpster. Now you're the dumpster, but better. Holy shit, thank you. That is a remarkable compliment. I'm a less shitty dumpster than Reddit. I'm moving up in this world. Lemmy says, my favorite god is the god of tits and wine.
Bacchus.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, good job. You know, I don't like that I get shit for knowing who Bob Balaban is in the late shift, and then you know shit like that, and you get off scot-free.
That's the beauty of it. It's hard. Like that.
The last 10 minutes of yesterday's show, I'm sitting here, people are throwing character actors at me. Who played this and this? Nailing it, crushing it. You fucking weirdo. Johnny goes, oh yeah, Bacchus, or whatever the hell you said. The god of tits and wine. And people are like, oh, Johnny's cultured.
He's the party god. Why would you not know the guy?
His name is Jurgen. He's a tiny man. What the hell is he doing in a frying pan? Am I high or just dying, man? Nobody Likes Onion says, I can't handle the competition. My start time is changing. I mean, I would if I were him. I mean, I'd go on a time, maybe like, 1 a.m. It's about what you're worth. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Johnny is the god of iron sides and wheel alignments.
That's sad.
Stevie J says, yeah, Johnny got it. Bacchus/Dionysus.
Dionysus. Yep.
Dionysus. Gray Idol says, Beetroot Brennan and Bedabular, a.k.a. Hackride, are trying to start a new beef with Steel Toe because that Dabbleverse is dying. Yeah, I mean, good luck. I understand feeling pressure and feeling the need to stay or become relevant. I just don't think it's going to work. You're not dealing with miserable people. So if you're not dealing with miserable people, we just kind of chuckle at you and keep on doing our show. All right, you want to get to this Redskins thing?
Yeah, let's talk about the Redskins.
Now, I don't think, and we might talk about the football team later. There's a chance.
I'm not a big sports guy, but we can.
Harrison says, you nailed it with that Cobb reference. I showed it to my elderly parents. They were horrified, but they learned a lot. You know, I'm all about trying to educate the elderly. It's then I can take all you guys' donations and use them as a tax write-off because it becomes a school. All right, 3:10 away. So this, oh, God damn it, fuck my butthole with a rake. You remember this desk, and you know how it's got the two big, broad, thick wooden legs on each side?
Yep.
I decided to stretch my right leg out and just kind of, give it a little stretch underneath the table. My fucking giant, girly ankle bone just nailed that leg. Like, not my foot, not my leg at all. It just caught the ankle bone right on that thick, sturdy leg, and I kicked it.
Peter Griffin, just sit there holding your leg.
There we go. Got it. You know what? I'm okay now. Lemmy says, B Dabbler is trying to start beef with Steel Toe. I wouldn't know. I don't watch anything the guy does. I don't think I've ever had a problem with the guy. But look, a lot of people, they get like 100 or 200 people watching them, and then they kind of get a little high on their own supply, and they feel like they start feeling pressure, like they have to keep the grist for the mill going. So they need to try to do something. It's not. It's just, I mean, maybe he will try. Maybe he'll give it the good college try, but it's going to come off very forced. I wish him all the best. So, the Redskins.
Yes.
The football team. Now, I don't think this is going to happen because the NFL just worked their ass off to get rid of the Washington Commanders owner, Daniel Snyder. They've been trying for years to get rid of this guy because he fought them on the name change about as long as he could. And, to his credit, the only reason Daniel Snyder changed the name of the team was because the U.S. Patent Office removed their trademark protection. So he could not monetize the team anymore because anyone else can make merch, that anyone else can use the logo, the name, anything. Which, to me, seems like it should be.
Kind of hinky. Like the government playing favorites.
Right. It looks like the government just stripped the guy of their
IP.
That's the thing I'm looking for. Their IP. And then they basically said, well, we can't force them to change their name, but what we can do is pull some bullshit and make it so it can't be profitable for them to keep the name. So Daniel Snyder stayed strong. They tried to make him get rid of the name. Finally, he had to because he couldn't make any money off the thing. And then they got him removed from ownership. They got some controversy going. Our investigation turned up that, he didn't talk right to women in an email once. So we're going to call that a sexual harassment history in Washington. And, well, he's clearly got to go because we don't stand for that sort of thing. So, personally, I think your avenue, your lane to change the name back has permanently been closed. But that's not stopping a group of Native Americans called the Native American Guardians Association, or NAGA. I mean, it says it. Look, it says it in the article right there. A group called Native American Guardians Association, and then in parentheses, NAGA. I mean,
superstitious creature. It's a sea serpent. It makes sense.
If you ran the the Native American Guardians Association, could you call it my NAGA?
If you were in charge, would you be the head?
You would be the head NAGA in charge. You really would. There's so many ways to get in trouble with this one. I wish we did this story for Rumble Friday. I'm really. It's valiant. It's a valiant effort they're putting up to get the name taken, to get the name reinstated. But I feel like this issue has been settled. So I think NAGA's arriving a little too late. I think they could have practiced punctuality a little better on this one. I mean, NAGA, please. This could have been handled much, much better. But look, these NAGA people are giving it all they've got. They're doing what they can to try and reinstall the name, but it's going to be an uphill battle. But I'm look, I wish them the best, and I'm gonna roll with NAGA.
I get that these people are trying to do. All right, I'm not for or against it. I don't have a pony in this race, but NAGAs be tripping over this, and if that's what they need, that's what they deserve.
We should help. We should help NAGA any way we can. In my opinion, any way we can assist them. Balls Deep. Oh, yeah, Balls Deep. There is a chapter of Native American Guardian Alliance in France. They call them NAGAs in Paris.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good. Yul Gibbons says, if you worked at the home office of Native American Guardian Association, would you be the house NAGA? Yeah, I think you would. But if you're somebody who knocks on doors and tries to raise money, I think that's more of field NAGA work. If I'm not incorrect.
But I mean, let's not ignore the fact though. This is a charity organization. All right, they don't do this for money. They're not making the bread for this. Really, these NAGAs are working almost like slave labor to get this done.
That's true. They
push their ideal. That's how strongly they believe.
NAGA is slaving away at this whole thing. But I think their luck's about to change. I think these NAGAs are about to be walking in high cotton pretty soon.
We're going now.
People always want people to pick sides on stuff like this. And NAGA says they just want what's right. They said when it comes to sides, they ain't picking any.
Well, they're a very open community. They really let people in. You show up and you need a hand. They're like, hey, my NAGA, you hungry? My NAGA, get a plate.
They have banquets. That's all. BJ says they get tons of donor support. Some even say they're NAGA rich. That's wonderful. I think that's great. I'm just looking. Somebody making an accusation that Naga stole his canoe.
No.
We can't confirm that. We cannot confirm that. I'm just looking around some of the. I mean, obviously, a lot of these. This definitely should. Looking at your guys' comments, this should have been a Rumble Friday story.
On Rumble?
Yeah, this would have held. I feel like Nicholas Davidson. If NAGA were ever to be lying about this just to try and raise funds, Nicholas says, shame on a NAGA that tried to run game on a NAGA. See what I mean? Oh. This is actually the second time they've started this organization. Did I ever tell you that?
No, I didn't know that was the first chapter.
The Native American Guardian Alliance. It's the second time that they've actually tried to do this. In many ways, they're re-NAGA.
That one hurt.
All right. All right. Racism is fun. Can we start the story now? Good point. A group called the Native American Guardians Association, we got it, is demanding the Washington Commanders change their name back to the Redskins, organizing support for the name reversal with a petition that has gained more than 90,000 signatures. Now, I always get a kick out of Native Americans weighing in on the Washington Redskins or Kansas City Chiefs or Florida State Seminoles or whatever it is. I love when they chime in because they always betray the progressive line on whatever they're trying to do. And this is kind of more of that liberal racism where you have to be a certain kind of Native American or white people will say you're not a real Native American.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's the same thing with being black or Latino. Like, if you're Latino and you're like, we need to build a fucking wall, they're like, well, you're clearly a white supremacist and a betrayer to your race. And the person saying that is lily white with blue hair. And it's just like, wait, how do you get to tell me what it's like to be Latino? It's like, well, it's a political thing. Sorry. I believe in the humility of white people until it's time for us to get what we want. Then in that case, get in line, Mexican. Which is what I yell at the grocery store. But same thing
for your.
Yeah, same thing with black people, where it's like if black people are like, "Yo, this woke shit is really gay. It's fruity. I'm not doing this shit." They're like, "Oh yeah, well guess what? You don't get to be black anymore." And they're like, "Says who?" Says Clarissa, our chapter president. Cool. The line in this. So we invite all Americans to stand up for the dignity of every American under assault in today's increasingly nonsensical culture wars, according to the petition that these Native Americans made. This line in the sand moment reinforces undeniable history of the Native American assisting the founding of America. I mean, assisting you know what? It's all about finding peace with the past, and sometimes that means rationalizing.
It assists, man. We had all these blankets they took off our hands, and it just helped out.
It's like Whitney Houston going, I need to acknowledge the role that Bobby Brown, Tina Turner saying, I need to acknowledge the role that Ike Turner had in the development of my career. It's like, I don't think that means what you think it means. But okay, they want to, cool. All right, Native Americans did assist with the founding of this country. They played a very important role. It's just that, didn't turn out well. But anyway, with Native American principles used by the founding fathers in the Constitution and every American's right to the First and 14th Amendment and to be not be targets of cancel culture or ESG. I tell you what, man, every story I read where more minority groups are going anti-woke, I'm like, this fucking rules, because they're going to be boisterous. They're going to be loud and shitty about it because they don't have any white guilt. So they're not going to get to that part where they speak out about it and then go, oh, God, should I say that? I'm not really sure if I should go that far.
I'm just how the white guilt people handle this, because that's going to be where they're like, no, you need to believe me because I'm telling you what to do. And they're like, yeah, but we don't listen to you. Like, oh, crap, but now I have that white guilt thing, but kind of being subtly racist by telling you how to behave. Ooh. This is difficult.
What am I going to do? Kick and scream until I get what I want, or respect the wishes of the minority I claim to be advocating for? You know what? I think it's time to kick and scream until I get what I want. I tried to be nice to these minorities, but they just wouldn't do what I told them to do. These minorities wouldn't listen, so equality is out the window now. So,
Guys, we're in the LGBTQ stuff. Yeah, I'm not really down with that. All right, so you know what? Get this darky out of here. Whoa, dude, you switched fast.
Dude, you're
He's
not
not going to play along.
but I'm fighting for them so I can call them that. I mean, God damn it. Why don't you people just listen to your betters? Whoa. Easy there, Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Western civilization, Africa. I think the
God damn, man. Well, they want it back. They want the Redskins name back. And you know what's funny about that is back when this whole debate was raging, back when they were still the Washington Redskins, they would regularly poll Native American groups to see how they felt about the name. And Native American groups would always be like 90% for it. They would always be voting like, yeah, it's fine. Doesn't offend me. Keep playing football. I like football. I mean, that's...
Nope. Worship the Redskins out of hate. Like, we hate Native Americans. I'm a huge Redskins fan. No. Redskins fans actually were kind of fans of Native American culture because they had absorbed it into their sports team.
Yeah. I just, it's not going to happen. Look, I get it. You want to still fight for the name. I think it's great. I think they should have never changed the name in the first place, but it was one of those things where the United States government teamed up with these activists and said, oh, no, don't worry. We'll get rid of them. And they did. Because, again, no team is going to change their name to something that cannot be protected by a copyright if everybody can just start cranking out cheap, shitty Redskins merchandise. They won't do it. So... best of luck. It's fun. It's fun to point out the hypocrisy. It's fun to show that Native Americans are being like, hey, we kind of liked that name. Totally fine with us. It's just nice that it's out there. The letter was addressed to the Commanders Leadership Group, which includes new owners Josh Harris and Magic Johnson, as well as head coach Ron Rivera. As the NFL franchise representing the nation's capital, you have a distinct opportunity to recognize the history and value of the American Indian, the letter continues. NAGA, which is led by a board of Native Americans, as opposed to the groups who tried to get them to change the name in the first place, which was spearheaded by a bunch of single moms. White single moms, of course.
How can I look at my baby and explain to her how we live in a just world if they're talking about the Redskins when they play football?
Right. Your kid's going to end up gay anyway. They're not going to like football. Don't worry. You won't have to talk to them about it. NAGA is a nonprofit organization advocating for increased education about Native Americans, especially in public educational institutions, and greater recognition of Native American heritage through the high-profile venues of sports and other public platforms. Look, again, totally on their side. Totally wish them the best, but I don't think there's going to be any kind of Hail Mary on this one. I don't. Yeah. But I just love pointing out the hypocrisy. 3:10 away from today's goals, boys and girls. If you want to keep this little roll we've been on going, throw in a couple, $2-3 over on copyright merch there. Over on PayPal, Streamlabs, or Venmo. You can also do it on Rumble or YouTube. We appreciate all of it. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's get it under 300 in the next 20 minutes. And while you're here, everybody throw us a like. Everybody, oh shit, pushing the 600 number already this morning. Thank you guys so much. Hit subscribe, hit like, follow the channel, all of that stuff. We appreciate that. Well, we're the growth on Rumble is still staying steady. Thank you so much for all the new Rumble followers we get every single day. Johnny, we never got to this one yesterday, and I think we meant to get to it Friday, but if you watched the show we did with Gino on Friday, there was no getting to anything. We tried to get to the goddamn...
watched a lot, but I didn't get the end of it. Yeah.
Yeah, we tried to get to the goddamn Owen Benjamin story for 4 hours without success. Also, I was on In Hot Water yesterday, Johnny. I got to give Gino a little taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, I saw that. You and, God, I'm spacing on his name
Bill Schultz.
Yeah, you and Bill Schultz really gave him one there with the Rocky thing.
We started, I don't know if you remember how we got on the Rocky thing.
No, I don't.
Keanu showed the picture of Gino, like almost dead on the table on Saturday night or at the bench. And then we thought she was like Mickey in Rocky. And then Bill and I would not let Gino.
People do things.
Oh, yeah. So Gino wanted to get to some kind of COVID story. And Bill and I just decided we would not let him.
I don't know what a hard drive is.
This is what I
Unless you're drinking while doing it.
By the
That's
way,
a hard drive.
Probably not going to get to this, but shout out because I woke up this morning to a text from fucking Aaron saying, hey, call into the show, but you were covering Fox canceled Tucker Carlson's interview with the former Capitol Police Chief, and he just did the interview again. And I've said this about January 6th. I've said this about COVID, and it's just all common sense. And
so he's trying to
happened.
No.
He's trying to get into the COVID
show
stuff.
This stat. And this, when I read, because these, and I want, show the tweet. I want someone to, hold on, caller. I want someone to prove me wrong. Because again,
greasy Italian cops right in Mickey's face. And you do that to old Mickey.
Because I'm not vaccinated.
Mick, wearing that mask ain't going to protect you from Clubber Lang. You can still shove you into that pole,
But because I'm not vaccinated, so
I was your mask.
So Chino just wants to talk about COVID, and Bill Schultz and I decided, you know what? No, we're just going to do Rocky and Mickey shit.
Don't you see it? I was setting you up with palookas.
could have taken a
Palookas,
5-day weekend if I knew you two were going to do this. I could still be in bed.
Hey, on my show on Friday, I tried to get to an Owen Benjamin Anthony Cumia clip for about 4 hours. Who wouldn't let me do that?
When I
what this is, Rocket's revenge.
How's it feel, Aaron?
And Drew is, and Garrett is weighed in too now. All right, look. But I've said this, I'm not vaccinated, so I don't care.
What?
If I were vaccinated, I would want to prove this false. But let me tell you the lazy way people do things.
So I just hit fast forward 10 seconds. He's not going to get to finish his thought because Bill's right back on Mickey.
Eggs. That'll be here forever.
I could have slept in.
Anyway, what's been going on
Just
since 83?
show the thread, because I'm going to tell you what people do. Now watch. There's a guy, Vito. Okay.
Of course it's Vito Rock.
He goes, now look at the data from SIB. I was back with it
I gotta
again.
see.
No,
I think, you know what?
Of how, like,
I went too far.
Mickey. And I'll tell you why. But Yahweh, in 19... Who loves you very much, Rock? Trainer, over here. And you're ignoring this amazing fact.
Which
I've spent time, oceans of time, to come and see you here.
And Don, Mick, happy birthday, Bill.
The thing is, Mick, I would have thought, the reason you didn't get vaccinated is because your people made it, and they warned you.
You didn't do it.
You do remember some of that conversation is a very compound show.
Yeah, there was. Oh God, you know what? I think I dropped a K word on that one, so I should probably.
Yeah, you might want to be careful. You're sniffing around some parts that maybe you like.
But I think that bit started probably what Johnny. Let's try to be conservative. We probably started that bit 15 minutes before that, 20 minutes before that. And
yeah,
Gino
and it went pretty much for your entire stint on the show.
Yeah, and Gino's just like trying to talk about COVID and trying to talk about this other shit, and we went, no, I don't think we will. What is it? I don't think I'll let you arrest me today, B-Han. We just continued on. All right, guys. So anyway, we tried to get to this Rand Paul, Dr. Fauci thing yesterday, and we tried to get to it Friday as well, and we just, for whatever reason, we're not able to. But Rand Paul has actually gone to the Department of Justice, and he reported Dr. Fauci. He referred him to the Department of Justice for lying to Congress under oath and feels that Dr. Fauci should be brought up on charges. Now, I don't know which times Fauci was under oath or if he was under oath every time he and Rand Paul sparred with each other. But if it was every time, then Dr. Fauci totally lied under oath in front of the Senate, because there's so many times where he and Rand Paul are fighting about lab leak and what Fauci knew, and they were fighting about the vaccine and the lockdowns. And Dr. Fauci said a lot of things in those Senate hearings that were like demonstrably, provably false now.
And like knowingly said them, knowing they're false. Like we knew from the get-go, like he knew he was lying his ass off. He knew when he was quoting these studies, like, well, this study here shows that I'm dying of COVID, but ultimately that the vaccine is very, very effective. And this is an independent study that just came out recently. I by no means paid to have this authored.
Yeah. Well, and there was also the stuff about the lab leak where he's like, I didn't know anything about a lab leak. And Rand Paul would be like, I have emails from like a week after the first case came out where you're talking with all the lab people about how they need to keep this hush hush because, we don't need any conspiracy theories out there.
You don't know about the lab leak, but I got a picture of you and your girlfriend playing golf with the coronavirus.
Yeah. No, look, I don't believe I'm not going to sit here and go, oh yeah, this is it. They got him now, boys. They're going to get Fauci and this. I don't think that. I don't think they're going to get Fauci now. I don't think it's here. Here it is. It's curtains for him. It's just nice that somebody's doing it. And in a way, I like Rand Paul even more for doing it, knowing nothing's going to happen. So he's actively wasting his own time just so he can get it on the record. He's like, by the way, this motherfucker should be brought up on charges. He clearly lied to the Senate. And, of course, the Justice Department is going to go, no, we're not doing this. We don't even need a reason. We're just saying no to you. But Rand Paul's like, I just thought I would, make the – basically what Rand Paul's doing is just, here, I'm making you say what we already know.
I'm making the case that you're a piece of shit.
Right, and I'm making you admit that you're a piece of shit. There were two choices. I could file these charges, and you could either, A – miraculously charge him with lying to the Senate, which I knew you wouldn't, or you'd have to lie on hhis behalf and just say, yeah, we're pieces of shit who all stroke each other's cocks. And personally, I knew you were all pieces of shit who stroked each other's cocks. I just, it's one of those things where it's satisfying just to hear them say it. And that's where we're at with the
If you look
Rand
at the numbers, there's, a massive amount of wealth that changed hands, and a lot of people did pretty well, Fauci included. So, I mean, I don't know why anyone would think anything was hinky.
Yeah. No, he absolutely did very well financially off of this whole thing. And, that used to be enough to call a guy into question. But this is how everything has gotten so polarized, and everybody takes their political side like it's their football team, and they have to defend them no matter what. And Fauci is that quarterback who drunk drove into a 4-year-old, but you as a fan now have to go, well, that 4-year-old should have parents that don't let him play in the street. It's like, yeah, but he hit him at a bus stop. It's like, doesn't matter. You've got to defend him because he's your quarterback. But if he was someone else's quarterback, you'd call him a piece of shit. Let's go to. Go ahead.
The kid's a loss, all right? But let's face it, had a waterhead. He was probably tired to begin with, all right? We did him a favor.
Well, how do you think his life was going to go? Really? What is he going to miss? So let's go to this Rand Paul clip from Fox News. I know, Fox News, whatever. But this is about him bringing up charges to Anthony Fauci.
Well, I don't think there's ever been a clearer case of perjury in the history of government testimony, and I don't say that lightly.
Think about that. There's never been a clearer case of perjury in United States government history. Think of the scumbags and the dirty, rotten scoundrels and the pieces of shit that have testified before Congress. Oil executives, banking executives, executives in general.
Jared Fogle,
social media moguls, media moguls, politicians, all of them have testified before Congress. And Rand Paul is saying, oh, this is maybe the biggest slam dunk liar piece of shit we've ever had come and talk to us in the history of Congress. I mean, you got to think in the 1800s, there were probably a shitload of people testifying that slavery was the natural order for the black man. And Rand Paul is like, this guy, way bigger piece of shit.
I heard there were some people in Massachusetts, like there was a lady running down the street one day and just said, look, you can stay in this town if you want to, but those fucking witches are not fucking real.
You know what I loved about my favorite story about the Salem witch trials is that they would do a test where they would throw the bitches in the water. Mm-hmm. And if they floated, they were witches and they would burn them. But if they sank, they weren't witches and they were okay. So if you drown, you're good. But if you float, you die.
God, we were mean to women.
Yeah. Those were the days. Sorry. You know who I bet you didn't get burned at the stake? Broads that weren't mouthy. I bet you they were just fine.
Honoring their husband.
Yeah. Hillary, how do you honor the husband? I don't know, by letting him know he's probably a homosexual. All right, let's I'm sorry. Rand Paul, fucking watch it.
He said adamantly that the government never funded this gain-of-function research. We now have the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, has admitted that the funding came from the NIH. We have the
Mr. Paul, I think you'll find that you're wrong on that, because the day before he signed the check, Dr. Fauci changed the definition of gain of function research. So I think you'll find that when the ink was wet, it would have been gain of function, but he signed it, he let it dry, and in between that time, the definition of gain of function magically changed, and so therefore that's not what the money was for.
We can agree you look like a stupid head now.
Yeah. Don't you look like a dipshit, Rand? You look like a fool, don't you, Tilford?
We have the acting director, Tabak, of the NIH, admitting it in writing that it came from the NIH. But now we have really the smoking gun, and that is Fauci in private saying the opposite of what he was saying in public.
Okay, so he wants him brought up on charge. Did they just say it was Tabak who confirmed that?
Yeah.
Four-leaf Tabak. I wrote the book. Wow. This nation owes you a debt of gratitude for your service. Now shut the fuck up and let me do my job. Well, good for Rand Paul. Again, I think it's great that he's doing it. I think it's awesome that he's doing it. But I can't. I'm not going to sit here and get my audience all excited that here we go. This is it. You know, this has been my refrain from the beginning of time. This guy will lie. This guy will use people. And this isn't a movie where the bad guy gets justice in the end. Nothing will happen to him. He will live a good long life, and he will die wealthy.
I want something to legally to happen to him. I want him to be held accountable. I want to live in a just. I want to look at my daughter and be like, "We got one back today." I don't want.
I just don't talk to my kids about this stuff, because then there has to be the no hope conversation, and they're too young for it, quite frankly. Let them be little, as they say. 3:10 away from today's goal, and we got 5 minutes until the top of the hour. Let's do this. Let's dust off our donation hats. Let's get us under 300 in the next 5 minutes. Everybody with a little 5, a little 10, we'll knock this thing down. Under 300 in the next 5 minutes. There's the links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, you name it. Go ahead and throw in a couple bucks. Rumble, YouTube, and we'll stay on track. We'll stay on pace to knock it off. For overtime today, we have a Crowder parody, and we have Crowder addressing his dating life. For some reason, it's you're going to like it. I seriously watched it with my fingers over my eyes yesterday.
It was parody.
No, the thing about the dating I haven't checked out the parody yet, but the speech about the dating is really rough. It is. It really is a man trying to put toothpaste back in a tube. It's what it looks like.
Go.
Just let it go, brother. I know what you're feeling. Let it go. Let it go. All right, everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe, everybody become a member, and let's knock that number down today. It's our first goal of season 10 of Steel Toe. Let's make sure we hammer it out. I thought this was funny. This is just a little palate cleanser for you guys. There was a big tennis tournament over the weekend. And I think somebody got fired from their music producer job for being the PA announcer and the person in charge of running music up in the booth. I think they might end up getting canned for this one. Let's check it out. Now, you know, if you've ever watched tennis on TV, you know that once that rally starts, everyone has to be quiet. You got to let the two players focus. You know, it's a rich person sport like golf. In rich people sports, you're not supposed to hoop and holler and make lots of noise. So these two gals start playing, and then this starts playing.
Oh, wow. Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally. Oh,
wow. So some asshole up in the booth accidentally hit play on Cotton Eye Joe, and in the middle of a rally it starts. And, you know, I got to give credit to the judge. They were on it right away. They just went, nope, fuck this, point's over. We're replaying it. We're not. See, I think, like, basketball players, football players, baseball players, they all deal with music and shit.
Yeah, who cares?
I mean, they got loud, like, bassy music playing during kickoffs of NFL games, and every touchdown is followed by a big music track. You know, these white-collar, stick-up-their-ass tennis people got to, you know, lighten up the game a little bit.
I mean, what is it? You can't resist your natural female inclination to drop it like it's hot, so you can't risk a beat coming on in case you have to start twerking in the middle of your match? What's the deal?
Yeah, these broads will start dancing if you play Cotton Eye Joe for too long.
Oh, wow. Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally.
I think it would be cool to watch a tennis rally with that music playing.
That would be awesome, man. That would, like, I'd get motivated to, like, step up now, like, play to the beat, you know?
Right, the blood pressure starts climbing a little bit. You start to get a little excited. I think it's good. I think they should have allowed it. Dub says, what if they would have started playing the Asian girl singing Erica? I mean, act like you can't get going to that. Act like hearing that song wouldn't get the blood pumping just a little. Greasy N-word with $5 says, good morning, my fellow greasy, of course, he's saying Native American Guardian Alliance is
right.
what he's trying to say. 3:05 away from today's goal, which means in the next 1 minute, let's get it under 300 and stay on track for today and get this thing moving. That is the, by the way, first contribution of the day. So let's go ahead and start rallying those and knock out today's goal, the first official goal of the 10th year of Steel Toe, as yesterday everything was kind of knocked out. I don't know why they can't just play to that. Just keep it going. Right.
If you're focused on playing tennis, you wouldn't really be, I'd think you wouldn't be listening to the music. Like, no offense, tennis is a very visual game. Do you need to hear the lady go, and the sneaker squeaks? Do you need to hear those things?
No.
Is it effective play? You're
going to be fine. Just keep the music on, keep playing. It's going to be okay. You know, Johnny, this, I said that they weren't done. I said when this Mike Calta thing happened, this Florida radio deal, remember where Mike Calta snatched the phone out of the woman's hands and then shoved her? Yep. I said you guys just got to not talk about it. You got to let it go because it's like it's not here yet. I've been through these before. I said it's going to take a week for this
to build an outrage together.
For this to really build and kind of get bigger, and then they're going to really try and hammer you with it, and that's going to be when it's really important to shut the fuck up and not say anything and just do your show. Well, Mike Calta this week is in the official don't say anything, let's move on, watch it go away week of the controversy because everybody jumped on it now. There's articles on radio websites. The Blaze is covering it. I've seen a few other news places cover the Mike Calta thing. If you haven't seen it yet, Tampa radio host, and I think the number one radio personality in all of Florida, Mike Calta, had a woman come to one of his live events. She stuck a phone in his face. And now, allegedly, this is also Bubba the Love Sponge's girlfriend.
Which makes a whole new level of hinky.
Yeah, which makes it a little, Bubba getting into it. But she went up to him. She went up in his face, started filming him. And, he got tired of it, and he grabbed it, and he took the phone, and then she tried to get it back, and he shoved her. It was the whole thing was very, very childish. And you cannot tell me that woman was not looking to get that response.
Oh, she totally was. The reason he grabbed the phone is because she was trying to make him sound like a loser and he doesn't have anyone who supports him. And he was asking her to pitch the camera around. That's when he grabbed it. He's like, turn the camera around and show everybody behind you. And she wouldn't do it. So he grabbed the camera phone and just literally flipped it so they could all see, yeah, you're ripping on me, but you're in line. Like, there's a lot of people here. We're having a good time. Again, one of those, you want to shit on us for having fun, at least show how many of us are doing it. All right?
Right.
Let's do it.
So then this, we saw it. We did a video on it. And Mike Calta has a lot of people who hate his guts. I mean, when you're really successful and you're outspoken and you have a lot of fans and you do a good show, people really, we've seen it since we were on radio. People get really upset with you.
For succeeding.
And for not talking to them. Like, I don't know. You can't win either way. It's like, okay, if I address you, you get angry, you get mad, you get pissed. I'm the devil. But if I don't acknowledge that you exist, you get mad and you flail your arms and you wave around until I notice you. So at what point do you start to look inside yourself and realize, oh, maybe I'm a miserable cunt? But, for some people, there's no helping them. So this Mike Calta thing has started to blow up a little more, and Bubba's trying to push it forward, and a few other people who don't like Mike Calta are starting to push it forward. And I've been reading everyone's comments on the video we put up that has thousands of views now, and we'll put this one up today. I see no reason to change my recommendation on this Mike Calta thing. I still say,
make him the president.
Let everybody bitch about it. Go on, do your show. Don't worry about it. It's all going to go away. Cox Media Group, don't get rid of the guy. You're still going to have to pay him anyway. So, just keep him around. He draws a big crowd for you. Now, people are trying to argue that, well, it's illegal to take her property and then you shouldn't do this. Okay. Let me make something very clear before we really dive into the developments on this. I'm not talking about what's legal or not legal. I'm not going to sit here and presume that I know the legalities of this thing. What I will speak to is the absolute retardation of it, which is that.
I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you. I had to do it.
So that woman went up to him, took a phone, shoved it in his face, and started filming him and talking shit at him. I don't care what the law says about that. That is a dog shit, Bush League, asshole, retard move. And if you do that and someone takes your phone, I like that. That's street justice. Stop pretending it's assault or robbery. He didn't punch her in the face. He didn't, smash her phone on the ground. He didn't do anything like that. She was being obnoxious. She was being an asshole. And I'm sorry, I would like to live in a world where if you behave like that in public, you get checked. And he checked her. And I like that. So you can sit there and go, but Aaron, isn't it theft? Isn't it assault? You sound like a pussy. And I have a feeling that the reason you're sounding like a pussy is because you hate Mike Calta that much and you want to see something bad happen to him. Then say that. Be honest and say, I hate this guy. I don't like him. I want to see bad shit happen to him. Because if you don't and you're going to lie, not only are you lying, but you also sound like a total bitch.
And you went into the situation. I hate people like, I was assaulted. This was stolen from me. Nobody made you come here. Like,
right.
Thank you for showing up. I love people that, make themselves a victim and then go, I got exactly what I wanted. Now I'm angry. This is the weirdest thing. I never go to a fast food joint, go, give me an extra large. And then they send me the meal and I'm like, oh, well, I hate you now. Like, no, this is what I wanted. It's what I paid for.
Yeah, this is exactly what I asked. I asked for this attention. I got the attention. And now you want to cry bully now? Like, don't start shit with people. You don't want your phone taken away and people hustling you out the door? Don't go into a public place shoving your phone in people's faces, which is extremely rude. And then nobody's going to rustle you out the door, grab your phone, and hand it to you on your way out.
Hey, bitch, no one takes your phone if it's in your purse. I'm just saying. If you left it in your bag.
So watching people who clearly have an axe to grind against Mike Calta try to bend themselves into a pretzel where they actually give a fuck what happened to this woman is embarrassing. It's so embarrassing to watch. How about we kind of fight and advocate for a world where people aren't walking up to other people going, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. I would much rather live in a world where the cops look the other way while someone grabs that phone and chucks it across the room and goes, get the fuck out of here, than live in a world where the guy goes, hey, quit annoying the shit out of me. He takes the phone and the cops go, on the fucking ground, you piece of shit. No, I don't want that scenario. I want the other scenario where the guy goes, hey, we don't act like fucking pigs and animals in here. Give me that shit. That's not how it works. That's why we all
start carrying tasers.
Right. I mean, if people act like, I will say that I'm being 100% honest. And I don't have a cow. I don't have a dog. I was thinking Cowhead used to be his name.
Met him.
Yeah. I don't have a dog in the Mike Calta fight. It's just really embarrassing to me to watch people lower themselves to being fucking pussies and going, oh, but he stole a phone. You sound like a bitch.
If your phone is that valuable to you, treat it with more respect. If it's such a prized possession, don't stick it in someone's face like you're, a street dentist. Like, hold on, I just want to check your gums. Like, fuck off, man.
Right.
If it's so precious, your phone's so important, I don't know, kind of keep it close.
Yeah. So no, I have no problem. He didn't hurt her. He didn't scar her in any way, shape, or form. She wanted to come in to, she wanted to come into where the boys were, and she wanted to be obnoxious, and she got what she had coming. I have no problem with what Mike Calta did. Greasy.
He didn't go far enough, goddammit. She was allowed to walk out of there. What the fuck, Mike? You know better.
Come on, Mike. Next time, drop it in a glass of water. Have some balls, for Christ's sake.
Let's be honest. One pinky in her belly button, and she'd drop like a sack of bricks. It's all over.
Well, and then Bubba the Love Sponge is tweeting about it, and I have no problem with Bubba, but Bubba's tweeting about it, and it's so clearly he still hates Cowhead and has sour grapes towards Mike Calta, and he doesn't like him, and he's upset that he's still doing radio because he's like, why won't, and he's tagging prosecutors and shit in it. He's like, why won't they press charges against Mike Calta for this clear violation? And he's posting like legal codes in the thing, and you're like, shut the fuck, Bubba's an old school radio guy, so I get it coming from that angle of the old school radio guy. But at the same time, it's like it's beneath you, Bubba. You're making yourself look like a pussy just so you can settle a score with this guy. And I don't know. I personally, Cowhead, Mike, I keep calling him Cowhead. I'm sorry. Mike Calta, just don't talk about it. Maybe make a passing reference here or there. Cox Media, leave it alone for like a week. By next Monday, it'll all be fine, I think. And I don't think he's losing any listeners or advertisers over it, so he'll be okay. I like the old days of radio where if the ratings didn't go down and the advertising revenue didn't go down, the station didn't give a shit. And I think that's the way you got to play it. Thank you very much to Greasy N-Word with $5 over on Rumble. Says, no, I meant knee guards. Greasy black knee guards. It's very important to have guards on your knee, especially when you rollerblade.
I want to scuff them, man.
Dub with $5 says, where or what movie did you get the monkeys are attacking us drop from? Was it Congo? Serious question. No, it was from a Florida news. It's some random Florida news story. I can't remember which one it was. Sorry. We are an even 300 away from today's goal, and you guys did do that by the top of the hour. Really cool. Let's do a little PayPal, a little Streamlabs. Let's throw in a few bucks, and let's get it under 200 by the top of the next hour. I'm okay with that. Everybody start chipping in a little bit to the old steel toe. Right now, Rumble is carrying the load today. Thank you, boys and girls. But throw in a couple of bucks. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chat, membership. I love gifted memberships, too. You know me. Gifted memberships are my thing. So absolutely throw in just a few of those. All right. Ryobi says, Bubba claims that the FBI investigated the Hogan tape and Calta's lawyers got him out of it. That cost Bubba his radio gig. I mean, look, their radio wars are petty and silly and stupid and whatever, but this Mike Calta thing is such a nothing burger. It's such a lady being a cunt, Mike Calta bullying her back. Here's, in my opinion, here's how you handle it. You go this way, you go that way. Don't talk to each other. Don't look at each other. It's over. And I'm sorry, I don't trust the sincerity of anyone saying that Mike Calta should be punished for this. I think they have an ulterior motive because there's no way as a human being you look at this if you have any balls and go, oh, so further action should be taken on this. Let's watch it one more time since it's still blowing up this week and see. I'll see if I change my mind.
What's the stake in your life that you're fighting this fight? Honestly, how is that?
Uh-oh.
Look, turn around, look at these people. Turn around, turn your camera around. These people.
Yeah. Look, there we go. It's like, turn around. Look at all these people here because she's in his face, filming him.
I don't think he did anything wrong because again, he was engaging with her, he was conversing with her, and she was trying not only to burn him, she's trying to paint a picture. Like if any of the people that wanted to hate on us for our party would like come in and go, oh, I want to take a shot just from this part of the room so it only looks like 2 people are here. And we're like, yeah, but turn 1 step over that way and see how there's no standing room available.
Right.
No, I just want to do this one part. And so that's where he finally got involved. He's like, no, if you're going to burn me, show your audience the full view.
Right.
Like, and that's where it started. It's all bullshit. I want a judge to just look at them and be like, I'm giving you both like penalties and fines because we're fucking adults and you're acting like children.
Yeah. Here's my punishment. Both of you have to sing the ABC song to show me you're over 4 years old. And then once you prove to me that, you can both leave. That's it. I'm issuing a desk warrant for the ABC song. So I have no problem. I have no problem with him taking your phone. Look, man, this is how I feel about it. You want to play the fucking game? Now you're in the goddamn game. There.
Yeah.
You want to come in and start filming and being a dick? Now you're in the game. And now we waive all legalities until, well, somebody physically, hurts somebody. And that push was not physically hurting someone. Stop it. She was crawling all over him. But if you want to play the game, then we're going to play the game. And then at the end, once we're both separated, it's just you go that way, I go this way, and it's all over. So I have no problem with him taking your phone here and showing the whole room.
Yeah.
I don't like it when people cry bully. I don't like it when people start some shit, and then when someone else goes, oh, we're playing the game now? Well, here's how the game works. And then they go, oh, but I'm a victim. Well, don't go filming people then. So he takes the phone.
I don't give a shit that you don't have permission to film me anymore. All right? Stop this.
So he stops the video, and she starts reaching for the phone. By the way, this is a mental illness too. The white woman need for the phone. The white woman fear of losing the phone or someone touching the phone. That
then
is...
Stop it in people's faces. Like, that's the weird thing. Right. If you have that fear, I hate to tell you this, it's a lot easier to keep the phone like this than it is to be like out. Right. Like if you've got it 8 miles in front of with your arm fully extended, worst defensive posture for your phone ever. I mean, if you love that thing, keep it close. I love mine, and I practically want to chain it to my hip right now. It's an amazing piece of technology.
And every time I say allegedly Bubba's girlfriend, Sean Raz goes, no, it's Bubba's girlfriend. Well, look, I don't know. I haven't listened to them. I haven't watched to see if they're together. So I'm going to keep saying reportedly just for my own, cover my ass thing. But if this is Bubba's girlfriend, then she did go in there to start shit. She did go in there to get a rise out of him. So again, you and Bubba look like bitches if you start crying after you went in there to do something. Have a set of fucking balls on you and go, ha, look what we made him do. This is what we wanted from the beginning. We made him get angry and take the phone and shove her, and you lost your head, Calta. But instead they went, he should be brought up on charges. That was mean what he did. Oh, that cry bully shit is so... And to see it ever be honored as anything other than a disgraceful tool of a scoundrel, I hate it. This is society going in the wrong direction. Like you and I were saying, this should be extrajudicial. This should be outside the law. This should just be, you're acting like an asshole. He's going to be an asshole back to you. When the assholery is done, you both separate. That's what I want. I want this to never be handled by the courts. And the county did say that Mike Calta will not be facing charges for this.
Good, because he literally told her in this, you no longer have my permission to film me. That's another thing, too. You went to a public place and you started filming a public person without their consent, and like a gotcha reporter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's retarded to think that you could go into that, do all of that, and think, oh, I can just demand that everything go my way, and
right.
He has no say in this. No, it's a public space. Everyone gets to have an opinion, lady.
Like I said, I like that there are social consequences for shit like this, and I want it to stay that way.
I want to know if she floats.
Toss her in! Is she a witch? Does the river boil?
Back away from me. Back away from me. Back away from me. Bitch, you don't back away from me. You just gotta turn the fuck out. Get out, they'll give it to you outside.
And he said right there, he goes, they'll give it to you outside. He wants you out of the event he's hosting at this private business. He wants you out of the event, and he will give you the phone when you go outside. That is more than fair.
Doesn't want pick it up and start filming again the minute he gives it back to you, because she's already demonstrated how well she follows orders.
Right. I don't know how anyone could be on her side without just being a total Mike Calta hater, because to me, he's being extremely patient.
Yeah. It's a public performance. It's a public venue, and he entertained her way more than he needed to.
Right.
All she has to do is go outside. She gets her phone back.
Exactly.
Go out and then you outside.
So she starts reaching over him, just pawing at him. Right there. Pushes her. That's a stiff arm. He stiff arms her. I'm fine. And
again,
people are like, oh,
them.
physically accosted. I'm okay with that too. I'm okay with that as well. You stick your phone in a guy's face, he takes it from you, start going, ah, and clawing at him. He's already told you, get the fuck outside, I'll get you your phone. But you're out. You're kicked out of here for causing a scene. And then she starts reaching over him. I'm totally fine with what he did.
I love how at no point she's apparently culpable for repeatedly not listening to anybody. Right. She instigated a situation and they told her how to de-escalate it, and she just ignored them the whole time.
Like I said, please leave a comment on what we're talking about here that shows that you don't think that this was the right thing to do, without telling me how you hate Mike Calta, without telling me how you think he's a bad guy. Just the A, B's, and C's of the case. If this were happening to someone you were a fan of, like if you're a Bubba fan and this was happening to Bubba, I'm sure those Bubba fans would be like, yeah, get that bitch, Bubba. She got what she deserved. I would feel that way too if this happened to Bubba the Love Sponge. Mike Calta, if it happened to Cumia, if it happened to anybody. I mean, get the fuck. I don't want people going in thinking they can just go, yeah, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I like that weak people like that get checked, because now they won't fucking do it again, which is good.
I hope so.
So now this is the last like 40 seconds or so here. Oh, is this just slow motion of the push? Well, yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go. Oh my God, shut up. I love that. He committed a battery. A minute and a half ago, she was going, yeah, look, you suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. You don't have any fans. You suck. And then all of a sudden he goes, got your phone. She goes, give me my phone. And then he goes, get the fuck away from me. And she's like, battery. I hate people like that who start a bunch of shit. And then after they start a bunch of shit, they want to try and walk it back into victimhood.
You want a battery? I got a sock full of D cells. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll show you, battery. Dirty cunt. I like that. I like that they zoomed in and made it a little louder. Yeah, I look. That's upon my second viewing of the Mike Calta tape, still on his side.
Not a big fan of the Minnie Mouse impersonation. I don't know why she thought that would work there. It just shoehorned.
Yeah, the Mickey Mouse. Did we really need to do the impression? Lemmy says they are both fucking idiots, embarrassing themselves in public. Nobody is the victor in this. That's why I think just not doing any charges is the right call. Like I said, you go this way, you go that way. Let's be grown-ups in public. Mike Calta, go do your show. You lady, go fuck Bubba. I mean that as a compliment. And then we're done. She should shove that phone up his fat ass. What did he do? She wanted to play the game. She found out how the fucking game gets played, and now she learned.
Sorry, I couldn't.
What?
She wanted to play the game, and all I hear is Triple H.
5-0 in the 320, becoming a member for his 15th month. Yeah, I don't think you can be on that woman's side without just being like a Mike Calta hater. And look, I'm not saying that you should love Mike Calta for what he did. Anytime you're at a point where you're shoving a woman in the face, you probably took a wrong turn or two. But she definitely presented that situation to him.
Yeah. I'm all for Mike just because he was there doing a job, and if she never showed up, none of that would have happened. If she would have respected his, like, hey, stop filming me stuff, any of that, she had to make a scene. She was in control of the whole thing. So I'm sorry, you instigated this, bitch. It's what happened. I'm not like saying Mike was right to do everything, but he didn't want to do it. It was just that's the situation he was in.
Pools Cam Sam says, imagine what Aaron does when April grabs the last slice of pizza. I do. I shove her and I yell dirty cunt. I do. I just look. There needs to be standards.
She's so sweet.
Yeah. Lemmy says, I can admit that her shrieking makes me feel like I'm walking on broken glass. Yeah, I mean, that's awful. Awful. Hate them both. People are saying that this is a hate situation. Juice Kiosk says, legally, he can't steal her phone and push her in the neck. That's why I said at the beginning of this is extrajudicial. This is more of a social fascism thing that I'm doing where I'm like, you know what? I want to go back to people fucking acting right in public. So if that means a few people got to get their phone taken away and shoved in the face to be taught not to behave like an asshole, I'm okay with it. If you're going to sit there, I don't like the idea of people taking their phone and going, look, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. That's weak shit, and I want that weakness punished. And I want that weakness punished with, here, I got your phone. Leave. I'll hand it to my security guys, and they'll get it to you when you leave. And that's exactly what he said. And she starts clawing and crawling on him. He's like, get the fuck off me. Fine with all of it. Fine with all of it. Matt Field says, I don't even know who Mike Calta is. You don't do that shit to people and expect them to sit there and eat it. Exactly. I've never listened to more than 2 minutes of Mike Calta's show in my life. But I can Right, but I can definitely tell you that if someone goes, look, I don't like you. There needs to be a social punishment for that sort of weak person thinking that they're strong or that they have any kind of advantage.
I don't like Mike Calta. Look, I've watched his show repeatedly. Dog shit. The man should be fired just for existing. But I'm not going to sit here and say, let's burn him down because of this Karen. No. If we want Mike Calta gone, we want him gone on the principles of radio decency. This is not the straw man to hang him on. Let this lady hang.
Friendo says, angry Aaron is scary. I just peed a little. What do you know? Maybe, I have a frightening side of me. Mad Joe says, I don't like being haunted by Legion, but what are you going to do? I don't know what that means. Rupert, becoming a member for his 15th month, says, from a law standpoint, one could argue that he has a right to personal space. Plus, you could argue in the time of COVID, she was aggravating him. Well, yeah, see, that's why I think the law just shouldn't get involved. I think they're doing the right thing by saying, yeah, we're not pursuing any charges against anybody. Let these two hash it out. I like that. I like just let. Yeah. Luigi says, this might have been said already, but is it me or does Mike Calta look like Bam Margera? Maybe, I guess, maybe like an older Bam Margera.
If Bam dropped the heroin but kept the spoon.
Yeah. Jim Diggs says this needs to happen more over on Rumble. Too many people have become too comfortable acting like this. Right. I like it when weak fucking people get their comeuppance for trying to play it too strong. You know, they want to get in the game. They want to fuck with people. And then when they get checked in real life, they go, oh, but I'm a victim. It's like, you did it's like what Troutman said to Rambo. You did everything in your power to make this own little personal one-man war happen. This is the consequence. Scary Terry says, Bubba sent her to do exactly what she did. Turns out people don't like to be harassed. Scary Terry says, Bubba needs to let this one go. He sent her to make drama. His own co-hosts are telling him to let it go too. Are they really? Yeah, I saw him tweeting yesterday or this weekend about like, oh, this needs to be prosecuted, and sent like links to the prosecutor's office, and we need to make sure that women are protected. How about that part? If that is his girlfriend, what piece of shit puts his girlfriend in that position for a little publicity?
I got to worry about the girlfriend that's willing to do it. Like, that's either a ride or die bitch or someone who's really just, looking to work angles. Either way, dangerous. Right. Yeah.
Connor Fullerton says, where's a Sikh with a stick when you need one? I didn't think the show was going that bad today. Just kidding. I was only kidding. All right, guys, we are $300 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. If you don't feel like chipping in, please do. Let's get oddly generous today. It's our first goal of the week, so we got the first one off. We got to kind of ease into it a little bit. Let's start throwing a little money at the old e-beg and steel toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. The links are right there in the chat on both YouTube and Rumble. $300 away. Everybody with 5 or 10, 15 or 20, whatever you want to do. Let's keep knocking that number down because for overtime today, Crowder embarrasses the shit out of himself twice. It could be a lot of fun. So 300 away. We need to start inching that number down just a little bit. Scary Terry says Mike Calta looks like Bubba. Look, a lot of these radio guys start to look that way.
It's the sedentary lifestyle. You spend too much time in a chair, you just start going out in the midsection.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. You just kind of start letting yourself go, and it just all kind of builds up on you, and after a certain amount of time, it gets away from you. That's why
one thing I took from Gino with all of his talking about, being grateful, I've started looking at my life differently. I'm like, you know what? My legs suck, but I'm grateful for that. It is so hard for me to cross a room. I'm actually skinny just by trying to stand. It's beautiful.
Pushing 700 people watching the show at the moment. Thank you guys very much. If you're on Rumble or YouTube, make sure you hit thumbs up. It does help the algorithm. We appreciate it. Thank you to Balls Deep for $6.66 over on YouTube. It's going to get us down to $2.95. Let that start a rally, kids. Go ahead and rally it up. Everybody follow Balls Deep, whether it's on PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, YouTube, or Rumble. He says, odd enough? Yes, always. $2.95. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron is starting to look like Bubba in physicality. Don't do that to me. Don't do it. You know what? Especially since you know it's not true and you're just trying to be hurtful. Why?
I think it's the angle in the desk now that I'm looking at it.
Look, I ask you, sir, why? Why? Magnum DUI says Bubba has a history of putting his girlfriend in bad spots. Like under Hogan's cock. Why?
Did he put her there? Or did she want to be there?
Right. We need to define term. We need a set definition of terms here. I mean, I feel like that was in all parties involved. From what I understand about the story, Hulk didn't twist Bubba's arm to do this. This wasn't like Hulk going, "Oh man, I really want to fuck your wife, brother." Like, "Oh man, you got to let me." It's not like Hogan was walking around going, "Let me fuck your wife. Let me fuck your wife." It was Bubba who, as I understand it, offered it to Hulk. And then the whole thing, and let's be very honest about the entire situation. It got away from the both of them a little bit.
Well, you know something, dude.
Well, you know something, Bubba, brother. All I wanted to do, man, was throw a little dick to your wife, dude. And then it all got out of hand, brother. The tape came out, dude. Everyone saw the giant 24-inch python, man. And then all of a sudden, I'm suing Gawker for 100.
You know what? What if this was a work between Bubba and Hogan? And secretly behind the scenes, Hulk's been giving Bubba some money out of the Gawker settlement. Yeah? Little conspiracy theory? Hogan and Bubba are actually buddies, and this whole thing, they broke it down financially?
To get Gawker?
Make a little money.
Okay.
I'll drop the lawsuit against you, brother. But then I'll get Gawker, man.
And he did. I believe he did drop the lawsuit against Bubba. And then he kept the one against Gawker.
They were friends. They were tunnel buddies.
I'm telling you.
You can't tunnel buddy. That's not what you do.
That's the conspiracy theory I'm working with. Northside CA says, listen, you are delving into topics which will draw the attention of the liminal order. Oh, fuck. I didn't know that. I told you guys to warn me when I was getting into the liminal order stuff.
It's the Bacchus reference, isn't it? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone Greek.
I apologize. Rexstart parody account says, not even sure how that happens. Hey, man, you feeling all right? Want to fuck my wife or something? Yeah, like Hulk was going through his divorce and all that stuff, so I guess Bubba wanted to cheer him up. I mean, I hope it worked.
Yeah.
I hope it seems like it cheered the Hulkster up. Just a little bit. Hulkster started feeling better. Good for him. All right, boys and girls, moving on. and 295 away from today's goal. Let's keep her going. We got to start a rally here pretty soon. Otherwise, we're getting into a little bit higher water. So let's everybody chip in here for year 10. 295 away, 30 minutes of overtime if we knock that out, and we have a Crowder double feature for overtime today, and you will not be disappointed. A lot of people are and I think you like this guy, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah, I love Vivek Ramaswamy.
You're a big I said Rivik, I think. That's a sound a frog makes.
Look, this is a stupid nerd reason. One of the reasons I love Vivek Ramaswamy is because a character in a Morrowind game is named Vivek. So I just he's actually a god, which is funny. But
you understand that's how we got to where we are now. Is people going, look, there was a game. It was the same name as a guy in a game. So I really like that guy. You understand that's women going, oh man, I really like his jawline best.
Look, I'm not saying that's why I want to vote for him. I'm saying that's what got my attention originally, and then I started listening to what he was saying.
Oh.
The guy's got a lot of good points, okay?
Cockdiff says, I actually paid Aaron a compliment. He didn't read. Forget it then, fat boy. All right, fine. Cockdiff says, I saw Aaron Saturday night. Not so fat. Yeah, a lot of people had to eat some humble pie after our anniversary show. And it's one of the side. It's not the main perk. The main perk was hanging out with everybody. But a lot of the side perks were watching all the salt that came out of it. I'd be a liar if I said I'm still not enjoying it. I do so enjoy people having to twist themselves.
Are they still getting salty?
They will be for a while. I mean, it's going to take a while to wash off all that salt. I mean, it kind of lingers with you. Like a hangover.
Saved the winter.
All right, let's watch this Vivek Ramaswamy clip. So apparently, he ran into a woman who was trying to play the gotcha game with him, trying to get him worked up and maybe trip up, slip up, say something that was going to get him, in the news cycle. She was a pansexual person, so that basically means look, I'll fuck anything. We used to have a name for pansexuals. It was just your really horny friend. But now everything has to have a label on it. So this pansexual is in a rope line with Vivek Ramaswamy, and she asks him about how he feels about LGBTQIA plus shit. And I think he gave one of the best answers ever, because this person clearly started off trying to fuck with him a little bit, like trying to get something out of him. And by the end, I think he completely flipped it on her.
What were your opinions on the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, I don't think it's one community.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, how could it be? Just mashed together an alphabet soup. Trans is fundamentally in tension with gay, if you ask me. But what's your opinion?
I'm personally pansexual, so I was just wondering what your views on...
She doesn't have an opinion. I love that. This is the best part, was she was expecting him to go, brah, because she's bought this media line that, well, he's a Republican, so he must be this transphobe who just lashes out at anyone in this community. So when he goes, hey, this is what I think, let me ask you, what's your opinion? She doesn't have an opinion. Like when we talk about the identity being the whole thing and what a sad life that must be, he goes, what's your opinion? And she goes, well, I'm pansexual. That's not right. Yeah, you're right. That's not a thought.
Her opinion is she wants to be upset. What's your opinion? My opinion is I want to be a victim, and I can't be a victim if you don't hate me for what I am.
Right.
And I've enjoyed my victimhood so far.
If you're just going to sit there and be autistically reasonable and just go point by point what you think without attacking me, if you don't make me a victim, there's nothing I can do with this clip, with this thing I'm asking you. If you don't treat me like I'm a piece of shit and make me feel attacked, there's no way I can make a vlog about this, about how I don't feel safe and how he's a transphobe. So when you ask me what's my opinion, that is amazing that that's all it takes to knock people like her off guard, is to go, hey, what's your opinion? She goes, well, I'm a pansexual. Yeah, I didn't ask for what you fuck. I said, what's your opinion? Well, look, if she had to tell the truth, she'd go, look, I don't have an opinion. I just kind of lean on my sexual identity, which I know is sad, but then I just kind of, like a vampire or a deer tick, kind of suck the opinions out of other people and then try to get them in trouble for it while not really having a rebuttal of my own. So, I
also like to say, ma'am, pansexual, I can see why.
Right. I'd be confused too, miss.
same-sex couples were.
I don't have a negative view of same-sex couples, but I do have a negative view of a tyranny of the minority. So I think that in the name of protecting against a tyranny of the majority, and there are times in this country's history where we have had a tyranny of the majority.
Name 27. Oh, sorry.
We have now, in the name of protecting against tyranny of the majority, created a new tyranny of the minority. And I think that that's wrong. I don't think that somebody who's religious should be forced to officiate a wedding that they disagree with.
What a monster.
You horrible person. Next, you're going to say you believe in freedom and the right to speak.
You listen to me, you piece of shit. We will not let this aggression stand.
Oh, God. I want her to lean in and be like, all right, I didn't want to have to play this card. I'm a white woman, and I'm telling you.
Yeah, she just keeps going through identities as he keeps shooting down her points. She's like, well, look, I'm a pansexual, and what do you think about same-sex marriage? Whatever, but I just don't think you should be forced at gunpoint to perform one, but I think you should be allowed to get gay married. Look, I'm a white woman, and you know what she is? She's Benny in The Mummy when he sees Imhotep, and he just starts pulling out all the different religious symbols.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude. No good? Okay.
Ironically, at the end, she pulls out the Star of David also.
And he also goes, the language of the slaves.
They went through the entire scene together.
Yep.
It's called improv, boys and girls.
I don't think somebody who is a woman who's worked really hard for her achievements should be forced to compete against a biological man.
Vivek Ramaswamy just firing out hate speech like a racist dragon over here.
Like I said, I like what he's saying. I'm not saying like, oh, we need to vote for this guy, but I'm just saying, you know what? I like watching him talk.
Let's be honest, though. Like, this country hasn't voted for the smartest guy for president probably in decades, if not centuries. So that's nothing new. But if we were just voting simply based on being the most intelligent, he would beat Trump and DeSantis. He is more intelligent than both of them.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how into, like, here's the one thing I actually now am really liking about Trump. I like the idea of Trump being in charge because I know how against the military industrial complex stuff he is. And I kind of like, I know that I'm asking for a visit from agencies by saying this, but I'd kind of really like our government to start clamping that shit down.
Yeah. The fact that he's like, no, I'm not starting a new war. However, though, if they want that war bad enough and
they'll find a way.
Yeah, and the president stands in their way, they have shown in the past they will get that president out of the way, one way or the other.
Compete against him.
Remember when Barack Obama came in and he was going to end all the wars and we voted for him because we were sick of Afghanistan and sick of Iraq? And then remember 8 years later when he started like 2 or 3 new wars since he'd been in office? Yeah, you're in charge, stupid.
For her achievements should be forced to compete against a biological man in a swim competition. I don't think that somebody who's a woman that respects her bodily autonomy and dignity should be forced to change clothes in a locker room with a man. That's not freedom, that's oppression. And so,
you know, it takes a really smart guy to be able to look someone like this in the eye
and just tell her the truth,
but do it calmly and respectfully, because there's a lot of people who would just start shouting at them and being like, this is fucking insanity and our country's going down the shitter. This is why you let Vivek Ramaswamy do this and not the crazy mom and dad protesters that you have outside the school, because they don't know how to control their adrenaline and their emotion. This guy, he's squeezing onto that guardrail pretty tight because he's like, look, I'm going to treat this person with respect, but it's fucking difficult because they're so goddamn stupid.
Yes. And that's the problem. I love this man because he's not doing all the things I would, like shake her.
But guess what? He's doing it.
We're feeling good. Things are happening.
Exactly.
Freedom, that's oppression. And so I believe that we live in a country where free adults should be free to dress how they want, behave how they want, and that's fine. But you don't become oppressive by foisting that on others. And that especially includes kids, because kids aren't the same as adults. And so I think adults are free to make whatever choices they want, but do not foist that ideology onto children before children are in a position as adults to make decisions for themselves. And so,
what an asshole!
Hateful bigot.
The hate speech that is just pouring out of this minority's mouth is disgusting. And as a progressive, I don't know if I should embrace him and wash his hard drive and brainwash him and put new ideas in there, or if I should just pretend he's white and call him a Nazi. You know what? I think I'll go with pretend he's white and call him a Nazi.
Yeah, we got flags.
That is that is a weird thing they're doing now where they've called Latinos and Asians and other people white supremacists now. And literally the only reason they're calling them that is because they don't think the way that the person talking does. So they're going, basically their argument is these minorities won't behave themselves. So they're out of the minority group, says these white people. Ugh. And act like you weren't the people who started the Klan, please. That's my favorite part, is where you pretend you didn't start the Ku Klux Klan and you're not doing the same exact shit you did back then.
I think a lot of the frustration in the country, and if I'm being really honest, that I also share, comes from that new culture of oppression where saying those things can actually get somebody punished. And in my case, it's part of why it's my responsibility to say them. And I respect that you may have a different opinion, and that's okay. It's part of what makes our country great. Is
I just don't like how standoffish they're being just by their posture and their body stance. They've got their chin up in the air. They're looking skeptically like, oh, yeah, okay. Okay. You know what they're doing? They're looking for an opening so they can explode on him and call him names and do all this other shit, but he's not giving it to them.
And the best part is I respect your opinion. I'm like, I don't, because I don't know what it is yet. She hasn't expressed one.
Yes, she has, Johnny. She's pansexual.
Yeah, I get it. She loves bread, and as long as someone's willing to put a stick in her, doesn't matter who's serving.
You and I can be civil and have this conversation, and that we live in a country that still gives us, each of us, the right to speak to a presidential candidate and back, and still say that we pledge allegiance to the same nation. So I think that's the beauty of our country, and that's my honest opinion.
Awesome. Well,
Thanks.
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your civility.
That is a person who did not get what they wanted, who's just like, all right, I will give her this. She knew when to cut bait.
Yep. She at least ended it decently. That's a lady who shook his hand and knew once again she's going home to a house full of cats and a single serving of tuna.
She knew when it was time to get, the saying in Con Air, it's time to fight, fucked, or hit the fence. She decided, you know what, I'm going to hit the fence. Because a lot of people in her position don't know to do that. And they would go, look, I came here for a confrontation. I'm getting my confrontation no matter what. She didn't do that. So I do give her some credit on that front. I do. About 700 of you in here. Let's go ahead and hit the thumbs up. It does help the algorithm. We do appreciate that. But more importantly, let's bang that goal down a little bit, guys. We're getting close to 8 o'clock, and we've moved about $15 today. We are, unfortunately, an e-begging expensive show. We apologize for that. But if you could knock that goal down every day, it ensures the survival of this program as we start year 10. So there's the links in the chat. If you want to take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. And if you're extremely generous and you want to keep this show going, throw us a couple bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble, etc. Please and thank you. Let's get that number down, guys. We do appreciate it. Let's go on a rally. 5, 10, 15, 20 from a few different people. We get that thing down close to 200. That's going to go a long way towards increasing that comfort level, if you will. Just the ugly part of doing business around here. What are you going to do? Hey, have you ever heard of Taryn Manning?
No.
I hadn't either until yesterday. But as soon as someone says a person's name and then talks about licking a married man's butthole, I'm like, all right, I'm listening. I'll take a look. I also feel like my audience would.
How hungry are you? Jesus.
Yeah, I believe my audience would. If I tell my audience, hey, there's a woman. Okay, so apparently she was on Orange is the New Black. And so the fact that she was with a man is surprising, as I remember that particular show. But when I hear, there are certain things that make me feel a responsibility to my audience. And if I see a headline that says actress makes recording talking about how she licked a married man's butthole, I'm like, look, whether this appeals to me or not, if I don't share this with my audience, I feel like they're going to be upset.
Well, it is your journalistic duty. I mean, this is a very niche art form and not enough people do it right. We got to share this shit, right? We got to get this out. People need to know. Married man's asshole. What did it taste like?
Wildcard, thank you for becoming a member for the 14th month. We appreciate that. Now everybody jump in. Like I said, let's start a rally. Let's make this thing go. We got some really good Crowder shit for overtime today. Ooh, and we've eclipsed 700 for the day. Thank you very much. Like and subscribe. So let's find out about this Taryn Manning. She, again, actress, Orange is the New Black, licking married man's butthole. And by the way, that's the one I'm really interested. That's the part I'm really interested in. Her career, not so much. The licking the butthole thing. All right, I'll hear you out. You had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. Licking buttholes. And
so I had to pull over because I'm just like, I don't want to like cause crashes because I'm just so rooted right now.
She's fucked up.
Oh God, her.
I didn't watch Orange is the New Black very much, so I don't really know.
That is, if I'm not mistaken, is the crazy little meth head lady. So
so she's a method actor.
Well, when you saw them in the show and you're like, oh, character actor, or someone just kind of living something they've either done before or could very much fall into. Yeah.
I mean, she seems fucked up in this, just in this clip.
Well, I mean, she's wearing the glasses, would you?
Like, I don't
No
want to like
thanks.
cause crashes because I'm just so rooted right now. So
What does rooted mean?
Guessing she's high.
Yeah, I was going to say, but what? Okay, first of all, we don't admit we're high on the video in our car. I guess pulling over and not driving, nice, good. That's a positive. Yeah, see, I thought rooted meant like weed, like a plant.
Yeah, I hope so. Otherwise, she looks like she's either on fucking, I don't know, meth or she's on something. Something's got her very relaxed. I'd either drunk, high, or
both.
Definitely not doing coke.
Yeah, or like a prescription of some sort, muscle relaxants. Either way, whatever drug it is you do that inspires you to talk about licking married men's anuses, that would be the drug she's on. She looks like
the man that I've been messing with is a married man, and every night, well, for about 3 nights in a row, or even maybe there's a night in between, I was licking his butthole.
You don't say. Tell me more. You know, this is the part where I put my head down, and I just kind of, I need a minute to come to grips with the fact that I'm a total piece of shit, because when I see this methed out whore, and I see her pulling over in the car, and I see her go, oh, I'm rooted right now, and I got to pull over, and hey, the last 3 nights I've been licking a married man's butthole. I look down at the ground because I now have to, I now have to come to the reality with myself that I am interested in hearing more than this, and that's not good. I just want to point out, I'm not the good guy, and neither are you if you're thinking, okay, I have to hear more of this. You are, as they say, part of the problem.
I can't. The more she talks, the more I'm seeing the character from Orange is the New Black. It's the worst part. She is becoming that character. Like, because this is ironically something I could see that character saying after being out of jail and like living out in the world, like, and I'm licking this married guy's butthole, and I'm just like, oh, Jesus Christ, no.
I mean, which is fun. Again, if you want to lick a married man's butthole, I'm not sitting here I ain't your pappy. But at the same time, the urge to tell us all about it, I think, is less necessary than you currently feel it is.
And we need to address the other problem. This is making it glaringly obvious that the actor and writer's strike is leaving some people severely hungry for work, or at least just affection. So
it's time to end this thing. I mean, it's time to be done with the writer's strike. The chick from Orange is the New Black is getting high in her car and licking butt.
All right.
No.
Yep. Because he liked it. And I didn't mind doing it.
I have a feeling we'll be hitting pause a lot on this one. This kind of goes back to the Mike Calta thing. Not everything's for the phone, boys and girls.
Some stuff is not for sharing.
Right. There's a thing called an internal dialogue.
There's a thing called monkeypox. Get yourself checked.
Yeah, there's that too. Look, licking a butthole. There are certain places on another person's body you lick where the rate of danger goes up exponentially. The butthole is kind of ground zero to all kinds of... It's really the rainforest of sex organs in that we really haven't plotted the area out as much as all the others. We don't know all the wildlife that's in there, and we don't know what bacteria and diseases can be released. So proceed with caution.
Doing it. Did you get some penicillin?
Oh, I just been munching on ass the last 3 days. Oh, is that why you're in line at a Sonic? You really don't care what anything tastes like.
She burps and someone goes, Jesus, who beefed?
Oh my God, it smells like shit in here. Did somebody shit their pants? Like, oh no, I hiccuped.
Oh, God.
I didn't mind doing it. Does that bother? Is that weird? Yeah.
Yes. I just want to answer before anyone has a chance to. Yes, ma'am. I don't want anyone to convince you otherwise. It's tiny fucked up.
No, ma'am, it's not weird. The weird part is you felt the need to share this online. That's the weird part.
You know what? That's true too. Okay, I'll give you this leeway. Which this could be a slippery slope. I understand. You licking the married man's butthole. I mean, weird adjacent, sure. Pulling over on the highway while under the influence just to tell a gaggle of strangers about the licking of the married man's butthole. Yeah, I would say that definitely ventures into the weird gradient.
That's definitely a bit strange, not your normal thing. I also want to know, ma'am, is there how much research have you done? Is there a flavor difference versus single versus married butthole? Like, I mean, is it like, are they like Takis where it's like you can get the regular ones if you're a tourist, but if you get the married butthole, it's extra spicy? I mean, what's going on?
I guess there's two options. You can lick poontang or you can lick poo-tang. And she opted for the latter. In Orange is the New Black, she wanted to lick poontang. She got off camera and she's like, oh, I just want to get a nice shitty butthole. And if it's a married man, you know he's not cleaning that thing out like a guy who's going out on the town for the night to get pussy. He's got
to put my best brown eye forward.
Yeah, there's a little bit of poo waft in that guy's game at the end of the night. A little swass, a little ass sweat, a little bit of poo particles. You got monkeypox, pink eye, Yaba virus. You got all kinds of shit you're contesting with right now.
And that's a dude's ass. There might be hair back there, which means there's like residual smells. I'm not down with it, man.
All right. I don't want you to make this video and then hear. Sorry, I've got a butthole hair in my throat.
You know, it's weird. There was a behind the scenes thing in one of the first seasons of Orange is the New Black, and she talked about on set how she loved to eat fruit, and I didn't realize dingleberries were a part of that menu.
Well, they are a berry. I mean, let's be honest about what things. Let's define terms. All right, she's got like almost 2 minutes left in this.
Is that weird? Yeah, and that is what demons do. So.
Look, Alex Jones can blame demons for 9/11 and child molestation. I'll go with that. You're saying that the demons made you lick the anus of a married man. I'm not calling you a liar. All I'm saying is write me out a flowchart of what the demons gain by making you lick the butthole.
We need to knock out the goal so we can just focus on this shit.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus,
guys, we've only got 2 hours left in the show, and we're about 290 away from today's goal. And there's a minute and a half left in this woman's video. I don't know if 2 hours is gonna do it.
Hey, get out of his ass! I'm getting the evil out.
Why are you licking that man's ass? Beelzebub has a hold on me, and I can't shake the son of a bitch. Smells like shit in here, too, like you wouldn't believe.
God damn.
I'm eating a married man's asshole. Is that weird? Well, kind of late for our opinion, miss. You've kind of already went and done it.
So wait a minute. If we're okay with it, does it mean it keeps happening? And if we denounce it, are you going to stop? How does this work?
Right. Is this a choose your own adventure novel? Because if so, I'd like to bring it back to the library. This one's defective.
It's the worst game ever. Do not pass go. Do not collect poo $100.
Oh, she's the hungriest poo in Pooville.
Oh no.
I didn't mind.
Man, she must have been in the 100-acre wood the way she was hanging out with Pooh.
Hey, ma'am, we've got a new film coming up. We think you'd be great for it. It's a Milton Bradley game. We're adapting it. It's called Shits and Ladders.
Only the ladders are shaped like tongues. I think you'll love it. It'll be great.
It's a Jacob's ladder.
We're gonna call you Piglet the way you're following around Pooh.
Oh, Jesus.
Licking a married man's asshole.
Doing it. Does that bother? Is that weird? Yeah. And that is what demons do. So
Oh my God, I just thought of a great date for her. Are you thinking who I'm thinking? Who would you love to watch have like a first date at an Italian restaurant talking over spaghetti, having a conversation?
This person?
Yeah.
Chad?
Jake Hudson.
Oh, dear God.
Our old buddy Jake from way back in the day.
Dude, though, that's dangerous. That's mixing things. Like, that's putting two amoebas that shouldn't meet together and they will merge into a super being. I don't want to put...
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps and a married man's asshole.
I'm not Tony Stark.
So we drove all the way down to Newport Beach today so I could buy him a boat.
He's getting a sweet deal out of this.
I gotta say, ma'am, usually you get the boat for eating the asshole.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Where is the downside for this guy?
Yeah, you're eating the butthole of the married man, and he gets the boat? Ma'am, you're doing this wrong.
Your negotiating skills suck.
Yeah, you're a worse negotiator than I am. Hey, will you lick my asshole? I mean, sure, but only if I can buy you a boat afterwards. Is this a sting operation? I don't think what I'm doing is illegal. I don't think. Are you my wife's divorce lawyer? I
was so in love, so I thought I could buy this gentleman a boat. And I brought cash to put a down payment down. Like, I really loved him. I was like, yes, like, we're into the same thing. Like, we're kinky, blah, blah, blah.
We're into the same things. He likes people who buy boats for him, and I lick asshole. We've really gotten into each other's hobbies.
We're into the same things. Ma'am, so far, analingus is the only thing that I know you're into. And that's not a lot of a list. I mean, congratulations for finding your pair.
Yes. I found my soulmate. Oh, how do you know? Oh, just the sounds he makes when I tongue his rim. He just really sets my soul on fire.
I look into his brown eye and I see his soul. No, that's his prostate. It's swollen as fuck.
Oh. I want to put a ring on it, but I'm afraid that eye of Sauron he's got will try and steal it.
And his wife, because he's married, and I feel so bad because...
I feel so bad I'm making a video about how I bought him a boat and ate his ass. Ma'am, I am so sorry that I'm making this video. Where's Mike Calta to snatch a phone when you need him?
Exactly. I feel so bad that I'm ruining this man's relationship while simultaneously pleasing him anally and buying him a boat. Trust me, I don't know if she has a say in it. She might not feel bad. I mean, she's, getting cheated on, but maybe she doesn't want to eat ass. And she still gets a boat.
Yeah, Calta should be in there going dirty cunt and just take the phone. Just turn it off. Like, what are you doing? I feel really bad that I'm doing this to his wife, so much so that I'm going to tell everybody who follows me on Instagram about it.
I can't stand her. I can't stand his wife. Because she wasn't even like, wait, what? You've been messing with my man? She said, you lunatic, you get out of my life or I'll get an RO on you.
Wow, what a completely unreasonable human being. Hey,
I would like to again point out the meth head-like behavior, just referring to it as an RO. She doesn't sound like an actress. She sounds like someone you see on an episode of Cops. It's weird.
It is odd. Like you can always, some people are just a dead giveaway as to the fact that they've been involved with law enforcement before when they start just using terms like RO or OP or things like that or PO. But when she goes, yeah, her wife really treats me like shit. Yeah, probably the whole tongue tornado in the asshole thing. That might be her hang up. She might not be happy about that.
I mean, you are crashing through her husband's back door like the Kool-Aid man going, oh, yeah, and here's a boat.
I mean, you're running face first into it like Tommy Boy did that fence at the beginning of the movie. I mean, you really are getting after it.
It's the weird, she does the noise too, like right as it's just like, oh, don't wind up. Don't wind up.
Oh, and when he gets really excited and farts on her, she goes, son of a!
Mama says she's angry because she got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
Oh, don't worry. The Met's going to take care of those teeth. She'll be fine.
No, I'll put your ass in jail. Anyway, so I've been licking your...
Well, you put her ass in jail. Why? So you can find it and eat it?
I've been licking your man's butthole for weeks on end because he likes it a lot, and
I love licking butthole. We're simpatico. We just love each other so much. I lick his butthole. He enjoys it, and then we just talk about the thing.
Break. We just give me a break, a piece of that big black butthole.
I do it to him, and he comes to me, and it happens.
Oh, she is fucked up.
All right, I'm on a delay because we're not doing the screen share thing. Is she laughing or crying?
She's laughing.
Oh,
I mean,
Jesus.
she's high as a kite, so I don't know if she knows the difference of what she's doing. But yeah,
is she experiencing an emotion or just having a body reaction? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. This is, you're right. This is definitely a body high. I don't know. Eat some ass. It'll balance you out.
That's a lot. I know it's a lot of information, but I'm the lunatic. Right?
Correct.
No argument here.
Yes, you've diagnosed the source of the problem. now let's go ahead and work on a positive way forward from here on out. I've just been munching ass like Pac-Man, and his wife is trying to get me to stay away from her husband's asshole. I'm the crazy one. Yes.
It's really, really weird that out of everybody on that show, all the actors, actresses, different people of different ethnicities, cultural backgrounds, or whatever, but the one that they had playing the little meth-headed, crazy white supremacist junkie lady, she's apparently the one that is living her character's truth outside of the show.
Nailed it. I never thought I'd say this, but this may be one actress where Scientology might be able to help out.
I think they even look at her like, no.
Yeah. David Miscavige is like, I'm not going to walk around with two hands over my butthole all the time. That's no way to live.
I know it's a lot of information, but I'm the lunatic, right?
Yes.
No, I'm just single. Very.
I'm licking a married man's asshole, buying a boat, and openly fighting with his wife and sharing all this information on the internet. Am I insane, or am I just single and out there running game?
Sly like a fox. I mean, fuck, dude. And you look horrible. Like, this is not, like, I'm seeing this and I'm like, dude, who's got a golem fetish?
It's, dude, I'm telling you, it's cross-dressing Jake Hudson. It's exactly who it is.
He's single. And he came to me. So you don't accuse me of being a lunatic, but I'll tell you one thing, lady. You want to put me in jail? I'll put you in jail so fast, your head will be spinning. Don't you?
Your head'll spin like your husband's does when I lick his anus.
Is she holding keys or a brass knuckle? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. It's a cross. I know that. I think it's a cross ring.
It's a cross. But it's upside down because she's feeling the devil in her.
Yeah.
And that devil wants some devil's food cake.
That devil, if her favorite Dr. Seuss book takes place in Pooville. She'd like a slice.
Fast, your head will be spinning. Don't you ever threaten me. And I will show you how I do. Don't you?
That's right, I will eat your ass. I will lick your shit cutter like nobody's business, so back off, bitch.
By Jesus, if I hear one more noise out of you, you will be visiting the infirmary after I get done tonguing your asshole.
Come at you like a honey badger, all tooth and claw.
Ever threaten me when your husband came to me to get his butthole licked.
That's a sound drop. Don't ever threaten me when your husband came to me to get his butthole licked.
Get his butthole licked. But how about the fact that that's why he came to you? Like, he didn't come to you because he's, in emotional distress and he needs your help and he wants you and everything else. No, just, look, the guy's looking for some butthole pleasure.
He hasn't grown as a person. He just needs his ass licked.
Holy fuck, the chat is going nuts during this one. Thank you to Gray Duckling. He's with $5. He says that she's not high. It's pink eye. Marcus Chandler with $6.99 Canadian says Con Air smells like someone shit in your mouth. Taryn Manning. He told me he loved me. Camel Toe gifting 5 tier 1 or gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Wasabista with 666. Says, Stuttering John, behold your soulmate. It's nice that you guys are trying to set the guy up like that. Thank you to Los Federales with $2. Says, don't care, I'd still smash. No one gets left behind. Friendo writes another one the blacks can keep.
She has ass. Why would you do?
You guys, you know what? Fuck it. I'm scrolling back in the chat because I have a feeling I'm gonna really enjoy your guys'.
I've been watching it the whole time. It's been funny.
Yeah, we've got 20. What is that? 5, 10, 15, 25 coming in. 270 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's keep that rally going. Let's be real. The boat she'll buy him will be a canoe or a 10-foot Alumacraft. I think that's how she gets her drugs. Could be. I mean, maybe the guy just really likes the way she eats butt.
Got him the boat because they needed a place for ass eating. Now he's got a dinghy.
Jake in the Hudson says she does not eat white cake. Wayne Chambers says, I feel so bad for you actors on strike not making money that you have been reduced to eating ass, and I am supposed to listen to you on social norms. Yeah, if she had something to say on climate change, we could really get behind her, but apparently the media doesn't want to hear from actors on eating ass. It's too bad. Even more, Strippers Got Me Banned, Sean, Mel Gibson After 12 Beers, and Patches the Furry, all getting memberships. Thank you. Boys and girls. Yeti Flyer with $2 says the sad part is half this audience would let her. I have to believe for my own sanity that my audience would have higher standards.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I grew up in white trailer trash neighborhoods. Like, I see that lady, and I'm like, oh, you are every red flag I've ever known. Like, I'm not going near that thing.
Rotisserie tonguing. Call it the Pink Eye Chronicles, says Friendo. Alex Nerio says, I remember the good old days when being a butt muncher was a bad thing.
Her back going to be called bidet.
Los Federales says, ever had a chick give you a rusty trombone? Look, I've never had my asshole eaten, and it's for a reason. I don't need to find out that I enjoy getting my butthole licked because I don't need people like this coming around.
Look, there's an easy way to test this out and not get too close. It's called a Blumpkin. If you can enjoy that, you're in trouble.
You've got serious emotional
problems. Enjoy that, you're in trouble.
Yeah. It's look, man, I've got bad news. You're gonna have to work my anus next. That really did something to me. Oh, I don't want to let poor Taryn Manning go, but really, until we have updates on her ass-eating festivities, there's really nothing I can report on.
I just hope Bad Buzzy is okay.
Yeah, is Buzzard Bob all right? Because he does the ass-eating. I don't think he's on the other end of receiving end.
I think it's probably like, it's genetic or whatever. She grew up eating ass because it's all she's ever known.
God damn it, man. I really don't like her. I really am having a problem with this chick.
I'm laughing at how much she is literally her character from the show.
I'm glad you're laughing because she's lapping.
Yeah, she's lapping some chocolate milk out of his saucer, but I mean...
Do you see me drinking chocolate milk from a saucer? Well, do you see me eating ass? Thank you very much, 50 and the 320 for $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, guys. Wasa B still with 444 says, okay, now I'm thinking about it. Damn it. Don't do that. Veldrain with $5 says, I'm not tired of your crap yet. How's next Tuesday work for you? Yeah, I mean, imagine just scheduling the ass eating. So another 25 down puts us at 245 for today. Holy shit, guys. Talk about a rally. It's coming. You know what? And it was about $5 at a time. One person gifting 5 memberships, another throwing in 20. It's that easy. Couple more rallies. We've got this thing knocked out. 245 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, and Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and Rumble Rants. Thank you to everybody checking us out on those platforms. 700 people watching Steel Toe at the moment. That sounds like a good day to me. Everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe, and thank you for sticking around through all the through the ass-eating bonanza that has been this last segment. Yes.
He gets him and then he's like, hey, but I really need a trailer. Just, God, I'm sick of your shit.
Oh. Why am I having a problem clicking the next story? Like, I want to be done with this. I want it to be over. But then there's another part of me that's just scrolling around going, wait a minute. Does she have another video? Did she?
Is there going to be a new season to Orange is the New Brown? I got to see where this goes.
Brown Eye for the Married Guy.
Oh,
new program on TLC. There's I guess a lawsuit happening. Is it a lawsuit or is he just shitting on his old adopted parents? But do you remember Michael Oher, the subject of the movie The Blind Side?
Yeah.
The former Baltimore Ravens right tackle, pretty good for a few years in the NFL. I have a theory that he's kind of fallen victim to this new victimhood ideology. You know, like if you're black and white people were nice to you, well, they were just trying to manipulate you and, make you white and all this shit. Because all of a sudden, he's shitting on his, like the people, the Toohey family, the people who took him in when he was in all that trouble, and the Blind Side movie and all of that. And he's really getting after him. And even the dad in this family, he says, look, man, up until like a year and a half ago, everything between all of us was super cool. And I can't help but I can't help but think he's like started reading the same books Colin Kaepernick did, and he started to talk to the wrong people. And I always hate this when people meddle in situations that they have no idea of, and they decide they're going to give people advice just because for no other reason than they like sticking their nose in other people's business. I mean, I came from a family who's a lot like this, where they're like, well, I have to tell you what you should do in a situation I don't know anything about. It's like, first of all, why would you want to bother yourself with that kind of thing? Like, people who can create drama out of thin air, I look at them and just go, you're going to be a lot happier if you just go ahead and let this go. Like, there's no reason to get involved.
Used in other places.
Yes. Well, all of a sudden, this Michael Oher thinks his white adoptive parents are evil bastards who were just trying to make money off of it. Because you know what happened, Johnny? What happened was they found this 18-year-old juvenile delinquent and took him into their home because they're like, you know what makes a lot of money for families? Taking in 18-year-old indigent kids with very little education and who eat a lot of food. They really tend to be a great financial payoff for a family. Sean,
it's just their heritage. They got them a plot out back and a hoe, and they're like, here, you can do gardening. It's what you call for.
Well, it's nice that they got him a woman.
You get some.
I'm sorry. You meant a hoe.
Yeah. They gave him some electrolytes. It's what plants crave.
Sean Toohey is firing back at Michael Oher, calling BS on all of the former NFL stars' insulting allegations while insisting he and his family made little money off the success of The Blind Side. The 63-year-old, who was played by Tim McGraw in the movie, said he was devastated to learn that Oher had accused him and his wife, Leanne, of exploiting him for fame and money in a court filing in Tennessee on early Monday morning. Now, again, you take in an 18-year-old black kid from the hood who's, been in trouble with the law already, doesn't do well in school. I mean, you take a guy like that, you bring him into your house. I'm sorry, but you've got to be Machiavelli. You've got to own a crystal ball. If you do that and you go, you know why I'm doing this? To make a shitload of cash.
Yeah, I don't know. Sandra Bullock is shifty. I bet she knew it was up.
People are saying, Johnny, it wasn't really Sandra Bullock, for God's sake.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's...
Dead Game says he's being coaxed. Yeah, I feel like he's getting into like some shit. Like, you know how when people first get into conspiracies, they go overboard with conspiracies, or people get into the Federal Reserve and they get way too deep into the Federal Reserve. Like, I think this guy is being taught a lot of hardcore black theology stuff. And, that stuff where, if you let white people help you, it's just their white guilt and privilege to try and coax you and take away your culture or whatever. And I think he's probably starting to buy that, unless something that we're not being told happened between these two. And it was really egregious because it seems out of nowhere. Toohey told the Daily Memphian he never tricked Oher into getting a conservatorship, and he certainly didn't make millions off it either. Instead, Toohey said the whole ordeal went down because the NCAA told him if Oher wanted to attend Ole Miss, he'd have to be considered part of the family due to Toohey's status as a booster at the school. I sat Michael down and told him, if you're planning to go to Ole Miss or even considering Ole Miss, we think you have to be part of the family. This would do that legally. He continued, we contacted lawyers who had told us that we couldn't adopt over the age of 18. The only thing we could do was to have a conservatorship. We were so concerned it was on the up and up that we made sure the biological mother came to court. Toohey then said he'd, of course, end the conservatorship if that's what Oher wanted. As for the allegations that Toohey used the conservatorship to negotiate a big movie deal with Fox that netted massive profits for him and his family, Toohey said never happened. He said we didn't make any money off the movie. Michael Lewis, the author of the book, gave us half of his share. Everybody in the family got an equal share, including Michael. It was about $14,000 each. So that's his side of it.
So fuck this guy. What an ungrateful asshole.
Right? What a I'm sorry, I'm looking at this and I'm just going, what a piece of shit.
Because, again, didn't he become a professional athlete? Didn't he make some money in general doing all this stuff? So wait a minute, because they made 14 grand, they were profiting off of you? I'd love to have him say this shit to a whole bunch of other people like, motherfucker, I wish that shit would happen to me. Someone just pick me up, put me in a different position, and give me a better chance at stuff. Like, I would love that opportunity.
I wish multimillionaires would take me in under a conservatorship and send me to a D1 school. That would be fucking rad.
The base level fucking professional athlete career.
Yeah. Toohey said he was in no need of cash after he sold his fast food franchises for over $200 million. So Michael Oher is making the claim that this guy who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars used him for his money. No offense, Michael. You were a great football player. You made a lot of money. The money you made is money that guy would set on fire to get to his own.
So, I might be confusing this movie with Precious. Was the character in The Blind Side mentally handicapped?
No, he was not.
So the real person.
Yeah, it was method acting. Toohey's, I will say that it's upsetting that people would think I want to make money off any of my children, he said. Toohey also told the outlet his family and Oher had remained very close in the years after the release of The Blind Side, though he began to notice a schism forming about a year and a half ago. See, I'm thinking somebody's in his ear. Somebody's saying something about the white parents. You know what? Let me see something. Michael Oher.
Someone's dating Colin Kaepernick's girlfriend.
Oh, shit. It's all starting to make sense. Check this out. Tiffany Roy, Michael Oher's wife, the former pro football player whose life inspired The Blind Side, married Roy in November 2022. Oh, after 17 years together. You know what? I can't say it's the wife then. I don't think I can say it's the wife. I don't think after 17 years she would have been like, oh, you're going to let those white people just tell you what to do? You're going to be... But somebody's telling him something. You know, he's in his 30s or 40s now. I don't think you all of a sudden magically turn on these people after 20-some years.
But would she sitting there for 17 and then switch? It'd be interesting.
Michael Oher net worth. He's worth 16. He's worth $16 million. So it's not. He doesn't need the money. What the fuck?
And that's the thing too. Like they did all this for money, dude. They could buy and sell you off of their fast food franchise. I mean, interesting. Like, oh, they did this for money. They used me to profit off of me. If you were never involved, they would have been better off.
Oh, no. What if Michael Oher says, well, there's just this new girl I've been seeing, and she's been licking my asshole a lot, and we talk about black liberation theology, and, she makes a lot of good points.
Look, she bought me a boat. She's got some...
Hobo Chili Recipe says he had over 20 restaurants. One of my buddies in the Army is part of that family. It's a very sore subject. Hobo Chili says it's a woman. Okay, so he knows someone who's part of that family. So, Hobo, if you could, I know it's really inefficient to do this via chat, but it's the only way. So there's a girl in his ear that's got him kind of turning on his family. It can happen. Look, man, it happened to Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick was just a guy running around, playing football, making a shitload of money, going to the Super Bowl. He starts dating this radical, super radical activist chick. And all of a sudden, he's growing out the big afro. He's black power. He's, hey, the white side of me is total bullshit. He's wearing pig socks and kneeling for the anthem. I mean, it's amazing what pussy will do to some of these guys. And I really think it's not getting hurt or not having enough bad breakups or not having I think you got to have some bad experiences with women to be able to be more standoffish and stand up for yourself and not just be dragged around by your cock. I think you have to have, dare I say, just a small amount, a little bit of misogyny so that you can kind of see through what the game is.
Or just grow up in a house full of women, you know?
Yeah,
Three
you know it.
mom, grandma. Fuck all you broads.
That'll do it too. Hobo Chili says, I'll look it up. I'll send you the story. Yeah, please do. Wood Chippy says, sad that he backstabbed his living family. Yeah, I mean, it's it just seems like it kind of came out of nowhere. Oh, Hobo Chili Recipe says, no, it's his former wife.
Ooh.
Look her up. She became very involved in black liberation and the Black Panther movement. God, I hate being right about this shit. It's every goddamn time. It's classic communism. Drive a wedge between you and your family, you and your church, you and any of your traditions, and replace it with their miserable horse shit. And then that person becomes more angry, more upset, removes it's sociopathic cult leader mentality. Separate them from the people who actually care about them so you can milk them for your money. I'm sure Colin Kaepernick's giving a shitload of money to these groups. I'm sure Michael Oher's writing them checks now too. It's
and
like
I'm sure
Scientology.
These people totally care about them.
Oh yeah, they totally care. The minute Michael Oher went, oh yeah, I'm only worth $200,000, they'd go, you don't need to come to the meetings anymore. Wow, that is absolutely fucked up. So it's the Black Revelation, the Black Liberation theology and all that shit. Hobo, if you could post a link, I'd appreciate it and I'll check it out. But and also, Hobo, if you know one of the family members, I'd love to have him on the show too. Now that you think about it, that would be great. Somebody says they brought you in for money. They took you off the streets where you probably would have spent your life in jail, and they took you in for money. Well, here, let's play devil's advocate here. Let's say that Michael Oher's right. Let's say they brought you in because they had this grand scheme to take in a kid who was completely indigent, who was living on the streets, everything else, because they just saw major money in the guy. You've made a shitload of money and had a very successful career as a football player. The alternative would have been a statistic. I feel like it worked out for everybody.
Yeah, at what point are we just counting other people's dollars? Yeah, they made money. How did he do?
Right. How'd they do for you? What kind of results did they get for you? But yeah, if it's black liberation theology, then someone definitely got in his ear and was like, oh, you're going to let them white people tell you who you are and take away your blackness? And oh, Christ.
That's going to work out really well for you when you do all that too, by the way. Focus on all that bullshit. You'll be happier and better off financially.
And then, yeah, people fall for that shit. Thank you very much to my golfing buddy, Nicholas, with $5 over on PayPal. And Johnny, I have an announcement to make. I believe we have a new VIP.
Oh, shit.
Let me go over and check here real quick. I'm sorry, but when anyone on the program, and we love these contributions, but whenever anyone does it on Venmo, it comes up on my phone and not the computer.
That's why I just keep mine on the side here.
So I'm very sorry about it. Fucking Cheetos with another $2.50.
Jesus Christ, man.
He says this is for getting me sick, you fucking monsters. I'm sick too. April and I both have little throat things going on. Uh-oh, that definitely.
How is it the immune compromised guy did the best at the show, walked out of there under his own power, and is not sick? How am I the one that you guys are going to die before me? What the fuck?
I know, man. I know. But so any of you who are saying, any of you who are still holding out hope that we're somehow lying to you about how well the anniversary show went, Cheetos has now basically carried 3 straight steel toe shows with proceeds that came from the anniversary. He's trying to give it back to us, which, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But Jesus, take some of your profits for yourself. We love you, buddy. Thank you. But, keep a little something. Yeah, keep a little something, for the effort, for God's sake. All right, guys.
For the Windsor that Gino drank.
Yeah, you got to be stocking up on Windsor, I bet you Cheetos is so happy. They're like, yeah, the comic that came here from New York wanted to drink Windsor. They give me that shit. There's no overhead on Windsor here because people, you buy it, you try to buy it, and they act like it's a prank.
Fucking floats down river from Canada. You just, they're.
Well, guys, thank you very much for the Of course, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Cheetos. We are now 2:45 away from tonight's goal. So we're doing, Johnny and I are doing overtime today. So thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. 700 of you checking out the show at the moment. Thumbs up, all that stuff. April says, thank you, Cheetos. I'm blaming the fans for our illness. I don't think you can get that many people together and a couple people not catch something. I mean, you're talking about throughout the day, people who came in and out, the nearly 200 people there for the comedy show. You're probably pushing 300 people. Oh, and then the people who came in just to go to Stoney's while we were there. So you're talking about like 400 people probably coming in and out throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, because there was a group there when I arrived that wasn't even part of our thing, and they all started leaving later.
So, 400 people coming in and out. And by the way, that food truck said they did remarkably well. So thank you guys very much for being big drunks who ate a lot. Because
truck stuff was delicious. I had they had a spicy cheesesteak, and I just went with the regular cheesesteak, and then I went with like the bacon loaded fries. It was just good food, man.
I definitely did not eat enough on Saturday, as evidenced by the fact that when I got under the lights, I felt like my head was going to fucking explode. That's I don't know. Thank you very much, Cheetos. We do appreciate it. We are now through this morning's goal. So now that makes it what? 2 days now where basically no goals? I mean, we got through today's without rattling any cans or anything like that. So, Johnny, I'm sorry. I muted you because I was about to open other stories. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, unless you have trouble tonight, no, it's beautiful to just do the show and not worry about that stuff. Just have fun. That's what the whole thing is. Have fun.
If I could get that thing done, then we could be doing this on a daily basis, which would be pretty much the end of the comp, the end of the.
A lot of ice. We've got plenty of people that nobody will notice. There's a very big liver market right now. I've got a guy. Okay.
Granny says, I'm sitting in bed sick and I blame Gino for kissing me on the cheek 3 times. Could it have been Gino that got everybody sick?
Granny looked like patient zero on Saturday. I love Granny, but I'm like, dude, is he going to make it home?
Granny looked rough for sure.
And the worst part is they're like, dude, this is cool. It's a dry heat. I'm like, you fucking high?
I know. I love that. I love Floridians coming here like, oh man, it's such a dry heat here. And I'm like, you understand that this is the most humid time of the year in Minnesota and we hate it.
My pants look like I've been pissing myself, and it is all ass sweat, all right? This is just horrible.
Minnesota, home of humid oblique sweat. And you guys in Florida are like, oh, it's a nice dry heat. K. Fallen the Great says, stop talking about being sick. I'm trying to tell myself I'm fine and just smoke a lot of cigars. Look, man, we're all kind of, we're all feeling a little gunky, if you will. Thank you to Brian M., our security, becoming a member for his 15th month, says No Goal Tuesday. It is No Goal Tuesday. Hold on a second, Johnny. I'm just going to open up our 7 o'clock hour stories here. We've still got a lot of stuff to talk about today, including Crowder. Crowder made a song he made a Cranberries vaccine parody, and he also, Crowder wanted to talk about his divorce a little bit more because, the guy's just so tired of winning lately. You might as well bring up that. Divorce again. It goes so well. Victor says drop sent for Johnny. Johnny, you want to check out a Victor drop?
Yeah, dude.
All right, off we go. There's
on mine. Or if he sent it to you.
Oh, he might have sent it to you because I don't have it.
All right, yeah. Then I'll load it up here.
Hawkeye says, you don't eat my ass out anymore. That's when you know the romance is out, when she stops licking your brown eye. Granny says, flew home from Minnesota. It was 70 with 40% humidity. Got off the plane in Florida, 97 degrees with 99% humidity.
Don't you ever threaten me.
All right, that's playing it. I gotta download it.
Don't you?
All right, let's, come on now. I have not done this in a while. How do I just
get your shit together, buddy?
I normally make my own sound drops. It's nice to have someone deliver one.
We've got a lot coming up here while Johnny's looking for that. We've got one of these New York Post confessional lifestyle articles. I'm really starting to get addicted to these as I prep the show because it's just really dipshit, dumbfuck people who just feel the need to bare their soul to the New York Post for some reason. Kind of like that woman who bragged about leaving her husband when he had cancer because she couldn't even.
Taryn Manning.
Yeah, and then had the nerve. Yeah, Taryn Manning. And then had the nerve to, she's a life coach now. You're going to take life coach advice from someone who went, oh, yeah, my husband was all cancery. And I'm like, ew, gross, I'm out.
Their life advice.
Yeah, wonderful life advice. Okay, go ahead.
When you came to me to get his butthole licked.
One more time.
Don't you ever threaten me when your husband came to me to get his butthole licked.
I mean, she raises a fair point.
Yeah,
He is the one who went to have
He's the one who went looking for the ass play.
That's true. Let's go to this next story. This is a guy in the UK who felt like this was, much like Taryn Manning, a story he needed to tell to the entire world. We don't know him. We never will know him, but he felt like we all should know something. He's a husband whose wife fucked one of her students. She was a teacher. She fucked one of the students, and he wants to tell you why he defended her during these charges. A UK man who stood by his wife after she slept with a 15-year-old student has left her following a revelation he experienced while visiting her in jail. Now, again, did not leave her after she was caught being a child molester. Not that part. She said something that upset him when he visited her in prison.
All right, cheating on me is one thing. Like, I'll end a relationship on that just because of a trust thing. But if it's like, hey, I cheated on you with one of my students who is under, like, that is so many things where it's like, okay, I kind of feel like I have to hurt myself just for being with you now. Like, whoa, holy shit, man.
It's one of those things where what you kind of like, you have to allow yourself, you have to get away from her because you have to allow your masculinity to be completely destroyed so you can rebuild it again. Like, there's so many levels of like harming your manhood. Oh, my wife fucked another dude. Well, I feel like a piece of shit who's not a real man. She did it with one of her school students. All right, piece of shit. Don't feel like a real man. Oh, and he's under the age of 16. You're like, all right, my dick is worthless. So you got to get away from her so you can start rebuilding your masculinity, because you don't want to be fucking a chick wondering if she's thinking of a high school freshman. It's going to kill you. Until you're in that position when it's your wife or your husband and you're living that life, you don't know what you're going to do. Bullshit! My wife gets accused of molesting a kid. Yeah, I'm out. And I think if a wife finds out that her husband's a child molester, yeah, she's probably going to take the kids and head on down the road.
My wife gets accused of molesting a kid. And by the way, we don't have any evidence of that ever on a button. And if that were to happen, I would drop that hot piece of ass like a fucking stale bag of potato chips.
I defiled a child.
That was an allegation that turned out to be nothing but a misunderstanding, and she was completely high on crack cocaine. So that's a completely different subject for a completely different day. Thank you very much. So this guy, his wife fucks a 15-year-old student. He added, I'm a man. It's bad enough to be told your wife has slept with someone else, but for it to be a child, it deflates you completely. You look at yourself and think, what have I done wrong? I mean, okay, I understand thinking that way, and that's why I think you need to leave her immediately so you can just start rebuilding your confidence. You know, it's like when a championship boxer gets knocked out in the first round. They throw him in there with tomato cans for like a year so he can build up his confidence again. He needs to fuck a bunch of fat bitches, you know, maybe a bunch of homebodies, a bunch of clingers, and then he can start feeling like he has game again, and then you can go on to a real woman that you can have a relationship with. Not these NPC chicks. But yeah, when your wife gets found out fucking a kid, step one is leave. Just pack up and go. His now ex-wife, Candace Barber, a teacher in England, had been found guilty in 2021 of convincing a minor to engage in sexual activity, which Johnny, as a 15-year-old boy in high school, convincing that minor to fuck a woman is, it consists of going, hey, here's my vagina.
I've only heard legend of these.
Yes. Would you like to touch it? I came. Does that count as a crime? Only to her. Only to her. The judge labeled her beyond despicable over the scandalous act. You know, people always talk about this. Like, oh, why is there a double standard when a female teacher fucks her student? Because all of us guys remember being 15. And we remember that if we had the balls to have sex, which at 15 you might not have the balls, it might intimidate you. But if we had the balls and one of our hot teachers says, hey, you want to keep this a secret between you and me? And you want to go sneak off and do the thing? Now, should she be doing that? No. But as the 15-year-old boy, you're like, holy shit. Like, can I just please?
My hand, my back. Yes, please. I'll fucking go right now.
Right. Yeah. We remember at 15. I mean, we'll let the cops arrest you. Mm-hmm. And we'll let the cops go, oh, yeah, this kid's a victim. And we'll be like, well, yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. So, yeah, ow, it hurts my brains. But at the same time, in reality, we're like, holy shit, I've never been harder in my entire fucking life. Meanwhile, if it's a 15-year-old girl, like the male teacher has to put the moves on her and he has to like...
Coercion.
Yeah, he has to coax her into it and coerce her and stuff like that. There's a lot more hesitant. Like if it's a 15-year-old guy, there's also a physical part of it where a 15-year-old guy can kick the shit out of his female teacher. No problem. Like, it's not difficult. And he can physically, like a woman is more the prey than the predator. Whereas if it's a 15-year-old boy, he's probably a more enthusiastic participant.
And in general, the whole idea, like with a woman, like I said, there's going to be a lot of like, maybe coercion or whatever. With the boy, the guy is going to be jerking off or in some way causing an ejaculation, whether someone else is involved or not. At this point, it's just, hey, now you have a friend. All right. Now you're not doing it alone.
Right. Like, still wrong, still illegal, still bad. But if you're asking why there's a double standard and how seriously we take it, one versus the other, it's because, especially guys, we remember being 15 and we're like, look, yeah, it's illegal for her to do that to me, but it ain't illegal for me to do it to her. So, a little different.
Plus, like I said, if she's not in the situation, he's at home beating off like a freaking caged animal.
Exactly. The ugly story began in 2018 after the mother of 3 boys had reportedly groomed the teen via Snapchat messages. I thought if you're grooming someone, you had to wait till they were 18 to fuck them.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's not really grooming. She didn't have the patience to be a groomer. She just went and molested a child.
How much grooming is involved in? Look at these. How hard did she push?
Right. It's the grooming, sexual grooming equivalent of running a comb through my hair one time. It's like, all right, I've got a giant boner. Let's go.
Time to groom.
Yeah.
Pop. There we go.
Including a photo of herself topless and a video of herself performing a sex act before taking him to a field where they had intercourse. Well, thank God April didn't become a teacher. Somebody had a go-to. But no, I mean, that's all it takes. That's not really grooming. That's just like Johnny said. It's like, hey, what do you think of these? And he's like, I'll be right over. Let me grab my hat. That's a 15-year-old. That's a classy 15-year-old too. He's got a hat. This is the teacher. Now think of 15-year-old you. Think of high school sophomore you. And then a teacher who looks like this propositions you.
Let's see.
Your thoughts.
Well, you don't have the share screen, so I gotta. Oh, dude, I'd fucking hit that fast.
Yeah. I mean,
if you're 15 and she's like offering, you're going, okay.
Yeah. Now I have the virtual camera on Zoom, so you can't see like you normally used to.
Yeah, no, I think you have a setting different or whatever because right now I'm just seeing your camera feed. It's weird.
Okay, we're gonna figure it out here.
Not a big deal.
We'll figure it out by next week. Daniel first became aware of his wife of 5 years alleged infidelities and sexual acts in 2019 after police entered his home while he was preparing for work as a trainee supermarket manager.
Oh God.
Ken had gone off to work as normal, the Brit recalled. She gave me a kiss and said, "Have a good day." And I thought it smelled like teenager jizz, but I let it go. No, didn't say that. 20 minutes later, my door opened. I came to the top of the stairs, and it was the police. He continued, "The children were in bed. I went into the kitchen. They said they couldn't tell me what she was accused of. I said, because she worked at a school, it can only be one thing." So he knew right away. He's like, "She fucked the kid, didn't she?" Like, "Sir, we can't tell you that." It's like, well, either she fucked the kid or she killed her boss, and I don't think she killed her boss.
This is a man who knows he is the manager trainee at the grocery store.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she was handling more eggplant than him, it turns out. Daniel's worst fears were confirmed after a police officer wrote something on a piece of paper and slid it to him. What a shitty way to tell a guy. You're like, "Look, we can't tell you, sir, because she works at a school, but this is what we call in the business plausible deniability."
He folded it into a paper football. I was like, all right, I'm going to see if I can score. Speaking of scoring, guess what your wife did?
Well, it's better than the other way the cops wanted to tell him, which was a game of charades.
Folded it into a paper airplane. Delivery.
They wanted to play charades, but neither of the cops would agree to be the 15-year-old.
So wait a minute. You just gave me this note that said she banged a 15-year-old. What's the second note? Oh, that's the paternity test.
Yeah. Just wanted to keep you in suspense a little bit. Learn something from Maury. Oh, you wrote me a note of what she did? Okay. Robbed a bank and raped a white woman. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the next house we're going to. Give me that one back. Hold on. Here's yours. There you go. Sorry about that. That's on me. On me. Daniel's worst fears were confirmed. He knew it was child-related, a revelation that caused him to go into shock. He says, I was pale as a ghost. Well, you're from England, so you weren't far away. My teeth were chattering. I couldn't talk, the aghast dad recounted. Couldn't process it. It was sexual abuse of a child, and it's not something you'd ever want to be associated with. Well, I mean, that makes one of you. I mean, the wife wanted to be.
Pretty sure she was all right with it for a while. I'm pretty sure the 15-year-old was probably game.
Some would say she was downright enthusiastic over the whole thing. Los Federales with $2 says, at 15, my only standard was she must be breathing. Yeah, you and I had a similar standard, only I always put a question mark at the end of it, to give myself a little flexibility.
I grew up in Rochester. I had friends at the Mayo Clinic get me a defibrillator. We'll work around it.
Yeah. When I was 15, my only rule was she must be warm still. Oh, why are you zipping her up? She's still warm. You're letting a perfectly good pussy go to waste. What's wrong with you? I should have never accepted that scholarship to Ted Bundy University. It was.
How dare you? She's dead. Right. Let's send her off in style. Everyone get in here. One last hurrah.
Oh, I believe that's how porn star Dava Fox wants to go. I've been told. I believe Adriana Chechik requested the same thing. It's just, when I'm still warm, give me one last good gape for the pine box.
I love them. Send them to the pearly gates with a pearl necklace. Just
And if you could find a way to make me make the sound after I'm dead, I'd really appreciate it. Boy, she really did love the business. She really did.
Death rattles are a thing.
Yeah, time it just perfect for the death rattle. The cops get there. What the fuck are you doing? She told me she wanted it this way. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. Continuing on. After being questioned at High Wycombe Police Station, Candace was released from custody later that day. Her concerned husband confronted her about the allegations, which she insisted were all lies. Daniel recalled, I said, if you were going to cheat on me, we wouldn't have survived it. But why could it not have been with someone your own age? I wouldn't be picking you up from a police station. Potentially, you're going to go to prison. And she cried. Look, if you would have cheated on me, we probably wouldn't have made it anyway. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, when your own husband is going, come on, go fuck someone your own age. I'm sorry.
Look, we wouldn't have survived the scandal, but could you at least pick someone who has, a larger expiration date? Jesus.
Someone said in the chat, in fairness, she did work at the minority school. So, I mean, who's the piece of shit that wrote that, by the way? Schnoop 123 Jumbo. You bastard. Daniel, less than a year later, Candace had to undergo a 2-week trial during which Danny submitted evidence. He was forced to hear the sordid details of his wife's alleged tryst, including a text message she sent the student, which read, oh, no. Oh, no. A text message. Okay, Johnny, how could you make this worse for this guy? What would this text have to say for you to make this guy feel even worse?
You fill a void my husband doesn't?
You're very close. The text read, quote, you have a bigger penis than my husband.
Oh, that lady would not have made it to jail.
No, that's immediately you jump the railing and just start smashing her head into the fucking desk. Like, you pull me off or I swear to God you're next. Don't worry, boys. I don't think I'm leaving this courtroom. Wham, 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 wham. Sir, we're going to have to shoot you. I know, go ahead.
I'm going to earn it. Just let me finish first.
He keeps slamming her head. Sir, that's what her lover said. Oh, God damn it, man. Low blow. Come on. As she gargles, he's like, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to talk to the bailiff. Oh, you have a...
Oh.
Not only did she text that to the 15-year-old kid, but it had to be read aloud in court.
Talk about a discovery.
Oh, yeah, right. And so not only do you have to suffer that humiliation privately, but everyone has to be told. Oh, no. Despite the humiliating ordeal, Daniel stuck by his wife's side. They need to create a stronger word than cuck for what this guy went through.
Yeah, dude, stuck by his wife. I mean, seriously, you have no respect at all. You've been emasculated. She slept with a 15-year-old and literally told him that he's packing a bigger piece, even if she did it just to inflate his ego, because every 15-year-old needs motivation to fuck. It's still just a low blow, dude. How do you stay with that? No, like I said, you would be pulling me off of her body because I'd be like,
April says, so obviously a minority school. Hobo chili recipe says maybe that would be grounds for a divorce. Maybe. I think it definitely could be discussed. Could be discussed.
But in some states, if one person wants a divorce, you got to do it. Doesn't matter if you decided to F a kid.
And now all of a sudden I'm the bad guy. So now he's stuck by his wife. She was adamant she was innocent. They read the text about his cock in the courtroom. She was adamant she was innocent. I loved her and I believed her, declared the devastated Brit, who didn't want her 3 kids, who were from 2 prior relationships. So he could have divorced and been out of it. Like the kids, okay, I understand you stay with her because you don't want to take care of 3 kids on your own. I understand that. But if she goes to prison, those kids are probably ending up
wards of the state.
Or, with the dads, the biological fathers. Unless he has custody and he adopted them, because that happens too. Then in that case, they could be his. But still, oof. Honestly, if I went to jail for that, they might actually let April keep the kids in that case. They might be like, no. You gotta, look, can't be around this guy. Candace was eventually slapped with multiple charges, including 3 counts of causing or inciting a child under 16 years of age to engage in a sexual act and 1 count of sexual communications with a child. She was also charged with 1 count of causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activities while in a position of trust and 1 count of causing a child to watch a sexual act by a person in a position of trust. Despite the mountain of purported evidence, Candace admitted that she was innocent. Well, no, in fairness, what do you got to lose? You got to ride that I'm innocent all the way into the ground, right?
Well, you already rode the dude, so I guess that's the only thing left.
You ride the dick, you ride it all the way in. Veltrain says he might have gotten the kids. The biological fathers weren't of age yet. Fauci's Pangolin says, and 5 counts of coming on her face. I'm gonna have to look that up in the law books. I don't know if that's legit.
How the hell do you she has 3 kids from 2 other dads and you're going to mix in with this. And the worst part is it's a teacher. The cops are there like, I know what this. So you kind of had this in the back of your head. Like, she might step out for some teenage dick. I don't know.
The fact that
you knew you had a cock freak. You knew you had one and she was hungry. You couldn't feed her. But you're like, I'll do. She's such a beautiful lady. She'll stick around. She'll ignore her urges with all those horny pubescent teens just desperate to blow loads in her. I'm sure she'll just go, you know what? I'll settle for my mediocre white dick.
Wait until you hear this next part. When she was sentenced to 6 years in prison, her stalwart partner posted a pic on social media of a Superman t-shirt affixed with a note that read, I love you with all my heart. Be brave. Dude, cuck yourself harder. I mean, at some point, the student isn't doing this to you. You're doing it to yourself.
Yeah.
I mean,
she gave you every reason you needed to leave.
Yeah. And you couldn't.
What does she have to do?
And you couldn't take the out. So when did he finally? So remember, he said at the beginning of this story, I found out something when I visited her in prison, and that was the last straw. So the 15-year-old fucking your wife, her shitting on your dick, not literally, but figuratively, her talking about how much bigger the 15-year-old's dick was than yours, that wasn't enough. But then something happened when you visited her in jail. Watch, he's like super Christian, and she's like, oh, I scissored with a girl in here. He's like, well, you're going to hell, you devil bitch. I'm out.
Ass. All right, it's over.
Yeah. However, Daniel's opinion of his spouse soured one day after he visited her. When I took the kids to visit Can in prison, she'd be smiling and bubbling and happy, the flabbergasted supermarket boss recalled. Okay, look, I don't know what happened. Should we make some guesses here before we read on?
Okay. I'm going to guess he got promoted by people feeling bad?
I'm going to say that he found out the 15-year-old visited her in prison.
Oh.
That's my guess.
Yeah, I'm going to say that. That
Okay.
makes sense.
All right. He said, quote, her hair was done. I'd sit there and feel, this is wrong. You're smiling and happy in a place we shouldn't be coming to visit you. Meanwhile, Daniel was on antidepressants and sleeping pills because he, quote, couldn't shut down due to the psychological torment of the saga. Dude, you gotta fucking go. I couldn't process what was happening. I was averaging 2 hours of sleep a night. Oh, so he was hanging out with Gino Bisconti all weekend. Interesting. The scorned man said he found coping particularly difficult as people were claiming that infidelity must be a family thing. He must be doing it as well. What?
So wait a minute, because she can't keep it in her pants, he's obviously stepping out? That's not how that works.
Yeah, I don't... What, is he fucking a 15-year-old too? Because if you have any evidence, you should go right to the authorities. Can would say she was the one suffering because she was in prison. I'd say, no, I'm in prison out here having to deal with the backlash. I was the husband of the teacher who slept with a 15-year-old. Things came to a head after Candace phoned her now estranged partner wanting to be romantic. I didn't want to, said Daniel. She got all upset, and it kind of festered from there. I began to see Can differently. I started avoiding her. She would call, but I wasn't really picking up. I really didn't want to interact with her. Okay, that's where you should have gone from the beginning. Daniel is now with another woman. They eventually filed for divorce. He's expecting a baby boy in the fall. All right, one for the good guys. There you go. How do you say to someone, oh, by the way, darling, I'm married, but my wife's in prison because she's been sentenced to 6 years for having sex with a child? Oh, and by the way, apparently I have a small dick. Whoopsie.
Well, at least smaller than a 15-year-old's.
Yeah. And then wouldn't it be weird if your new partner goes, well, that's okay. I've seen some 15-year-olds with some pretty big cocks. And you're like, wait, what? Hold on a minute. Am I just destined to keep finding these people?
How does this happen to me?
So she had really nice hair and she got horned up all the time and wanted to have phone sex. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, oh, maybe I can push through. But then he just kept remembering the 15-year-old on top of his wife. And he's like, you know what? No, can't crank one out to this.
You know, I'd just torture her the whole time with it. She wants to have phone sex. Like, yeah, that's hot. Yeah. Yeah. Like thinking about that dude's dick who's bigger than mine. Yeah. That's great. Right. Yeah. You remember that. Just fucking throw it all in her face.
You're fucking her and you go, oh, yeah, tell me about the Pythagorean theorem. Oh, is it time for...
So late after class, and I just came in with my backpack and my pacifier in my mouth. Just started throwing really weird shit in it.
Is it,
you pulled out... What the fuck?
Is it time for a juice box and nap time, teacher? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. I have a feeling you're punishing me for this. No, not at all. Guys, thank you very much. Again... We're into the 700s today, and I cannot appreciate it more. In fact, in around the 750 mark, everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. Great show today. Johnny, why don't you go ahead and plug Just Kidding LLC, give people a quick update of what's coming up on your show, and I'm going to be right back in just a minute.
All right. Well, I'll be going live at 2 p.m. today at Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. And we cover all of the latest news stories and stuff. So I'm going to be gathering all of the trending news and hot topics of the day as soon as this show ends. So I can't promise what's going to be in the show because we haven't finished prepping it. But it will be funny. We'll have new and exciting stories and plenty of things to make fun of. So I don't have any of the footage from the anniversary show ready to share yet. I still have to finish editing that. But it will hopefully be done by, hopefully get through all of that this week. Aaron has to pee. Yeah, imagine that. If you sit here drinking a lot of fluids, you have to use the restroom. Yeah, it's a thing. And I had a cat. Now I don't. Fuck. Anyways, concur. Anyway, link to the show. It's Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. I have to pull up. I don't have all my sheets up here because I am usually the guy who sits here and lets him do the show. So
Hey,
there
yo.
we are. Hey, yo.
Devil Pup says Aaron has to pee. Can we be mature about it? Can we be mature? I'm just kidding.
He had to wee-wees.
I had to make a wee-wees out of my wiener, unfortunately. Thank you guys again. Goal knocked out for today. We're only 2:45 away from the evening show goal. So thank you for knocking that out so early. Thank you to Cheetos, of course, for knocking out the brunt of it. As we were going on a rally up to that point, but Cheetos just decided, you know what? Fuck that noise. Let's just get rid of this thing. We've got about, when should we start the Crowder thing? Because we got the song parody and we have he keeps addressing his divorce thing. Should we maybe go 9:45?
Yeah, because the song parody is like the whole song.
Right. And the song parody, we're going to be pausing a lot, I feel like.
There's a couple of pause points, yeah.
Yeah, and then the 4 minutes that he goes on talking about. Okay, so people were saying, I guess there was information. Crowder has this weird thing when like rumors come out about him. He can't help but handle it the worst way possible. He's just terrible at it. And the New York Post article or New York Times article, I can't remember which one, came out last week where he's been like rubbing his dick on his staff members and, just doing all kinds of weird shit. Gay shit mostly. And this leaked to the press. So then after it leaked to the press, Crowder apparently started interrogating his employees and made them sign new NDAs and new contracts and made punishment penalty clauses if anybody talked to anyone who used to work for the show. Like it got even more cult-like. So he decided to handle the allegations of running a cult by making it more like a cult. Just like with the Dave Landau thing, when Dave Landau came out and said some mildly embarrassing things about what it's like to work with Crowder, he decided to talk about his divorce to get the heat off it. So then when he started talking about the divorce, which he told his soon-to-be ex-wife would remain private and out of the public eye, her side released this video of Steven Crowder being an absolute piece of shit to her. In response to that, Crowder threatened to release her mental health records like a complete gentleman. And now once all this staff stuff comes out, Crowder decides, in order to get the heat off of that, he's going to talk about allegations that he's been dating women while his divorce is going on. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you decide you're going to address it for 4 minutes on your show, it makes it feel like you're just doing it to get away from something else. So...
Hey, buddy, way to flaunt the whole, she's crazy, she's nuts. Yeah, you're the one who looks crazy right now with your behavior. I'm just saying, for the insane one, you're doing all the talking.
Thank you very much to Hung Solo, becoming a member for 15 months, says, Steel Toe doesn't sell tickets. God, it's going to be, I hope Kevy Brenny's little event this weekend, I hope his little meetup boys club group or whatever he's doing, I hope it goes really well. I hope a lot of people show up. Unfortunately, it's not going to be as big as the Steel Toe anniversary party. He's not going to have as many fans as we did at our live event. I think it's just because our audience is a little more normal than his. We cycled through a shitload of people on our show throughout the day. It's like a morning show. Whereas he I think just has the same 1,000 or 900 people every day watching his show.
Well, they're all there for the same shtick. It's the same joke over and over. We hate this thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
So I hope his event goes really well. It won't go as well as ours, but I really do wish him the best. I hope it goes well because something's got to make that guy happy eventually. Amber Moyers says, hi, guys. Finally started watching after going to the anniversary show this weekend. Ace of Spades convinced me. Well, thank you very much. Good to have you. Rusty Grammer, becoming a member for his 15th month, says, oh, yeah, I almost forgot to post this. Well, there you go. Becoming a member is fun. You get to, we also enter you in a $100 drawing every month. So there's that part of it. You also get access to the emotes, and there's members-only content that you can watch if you become a member. Devil Pup says, we're not normal, don't lie. Yeah, but you guys go outside, you go to live events, we hang out, you know, you're not weird, spurgy individuals. You're just a bunch of drunks that like to have fun.
You have a life outside of the internet.
Yeah, which is, again, very, very good. Sub up to Just Kidding LLC, as Dub just did on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch. And Johnny will be very happy that you did. About 750 of you in here right now. Everybody hit like, subscribe, and share the show. We appreciate all the growth. It means a lot. Well, Johnny, we've got another one. Caleb White, a standout basketball player at Pinson Valley High School in Alabama.
Slept with a 15-year-old. God, what is it with these 15-year-olds?
This is the first time I'm ever going to say this to that statement. I wish that was the case. But the 17-year-old standout basketball player in Alabama was at a basketball team workout on Thursday. Johnny, I'm going to let you finish this story. I'm going to let you guess what the rest of it is. I'll give you a hint. It's something really normal for 17-year-olds that throughout the last 50 years happens all the time at basketball practice.
I'm going to guess she exerted herself, gave someone a high five, and promptly collapsed.
Yeah, a little overexertion and dropped dead on the floor. White collapsed at 1:12 p.m. Thursday, and life-saving measures were performed until paramedics arrived. He was pronounced dead just over an hour later at a nearby hospital. It doesn't stop. Like, this never happened before. It would happen once every 5-6 years, maybe, if that. And it was always the same thing. Football player, 95 degrees, humid, 2-a-day practices.
Heart arrhythmia that they didn't detect before, some sort of weird, like, you just didn't know until it was a problem thing. But this is literally like, it's like almost every week there's a new one now.
Right.
Keep seeing this happen. We can't ask any questions about it. I'm pissed because of, like, the way things went down with stuff, because I don't know how, but I made decisions I wish I didn't make after all of this now, and I'm like, oh man, and so, like, the fact that we can't talk about it or do anything about it feels even worse, because I'm like, now I feel like I'm in a bad position and I can't even express my discomfort, because then I will get deplatformed.
Yeah, I think the saddest thing to me is the fact that there are so many people that are seeing the same information we are looking at these things, and they refuse to let themselves believe it. They just go, oh, weird coincidence, and then they act like you're crazy. Meanwhile, you show it to them, and you go, look what's going on. This doesn't happen. This is very, very new. Very, very new. And they're like, oh, well, I mean, come on. That's crazy talk. And you just want to look at them and go, you fucking coward. You fucking coward for not even asking. You coward for just accepting it and moving on. Like what? Yeah, you know what? You know what pharmaceutical companies don't do? Lie to people about the danger of their products to save their ass. Never
seen that happen.
Vioxx never happened. What's the weight loss one? Ozempic?
Yeah.
Never happened. Viagra didn't start out as a blood thinning medication. No, none of it. None of it. They don't lie to save their ass. Ever. And you won't even entertain
epidemic
it.
did not happen.
Right. You won't even entertain the idea of it, you fucking coward. Coward. Somebody, Wildcard says in the chat, behind in the chat, but me and Mindy are sick too and not from the alcohol. Okay, so somebody, one of you came to that anniversary show and had a little bit of the sniffles. Which, look, I'm not pissed at you. It was a great time. I'm sure we're all going to be fine in a couple of days here. But, yeah, a little bit of a wild card. Is it a little bit of a scratchy throat kind of a thing? Because look, it's Tuesday after we had an all-day drinking party on Saturday. If people are still not 100% from it, that still makes sense. It's still possible. But it's also possible that you get that many people together and, you know, some people are going to catch a little gunk. That happens. Yeah, Dead Game says OxyContin wasn't addictive. Right, exactly. They'd never say anything like that. April says, I'm sick as shit today. I just took a fucking bath because my body hurts so bad. I never do that. Well, bunch of goddamn super spreaders, Johnny. How are you feeling?
I escaped everything unfazed. God loves me. Holy shit.
Or, you know, either God loves you or he's just really, really sorry.
I can't make it worse on the poor guy. Look what he's got to deal with already.
He's calling this weekend a make good. God's coming back to you going, are we square? Are we square? Have you heard this Oliver Anthony song yet? The Rich Men North of Richmond?
No, but I heard it's apparently now it's our new was it American anthem or whatever?
Yeah,
Or
it's like it's the new My Town. No, what was it called? Try That in a Small Town. It's new.
Small Town. But this one isn't racist from what I understand. I haven't heard this one's racist yet. So
No,
let's see.
it's not racist, but it's just I don't want to call it boomer cringe because I don't think it's cringe. It's like a Tom McDonald thing where it's just like you hit all the talking points and everything else. And look, if the guy can make a shitload of money making a song like that and people seem to enjoy it, who am I to ruin their good time? I just don't like it when people show it to you and they go, dude, it's like Tom McDonald. People go, you got to listen to this. It's fucking great. And then when I look at them and I go, it's not for me. What? How can you're not a patriot if you don't think it's good. It's like, no, it's just, I can appreciate that people enjoy the song and they think it's good. I don't know. I don't look for country music songs to make my societal points for me. I don't really
look. Tom McDonald thing.
Yeah, I don't really look to any of these fucking people for my social thoughts on anything, in fairness.
He's selling you something you already wanted to buy. So I'm just like, okay, there's nothing like interesting about it, like from a lyrical standpoint. There's nothing groundbreaking about what he's saying. He's just saying political talking points that people believe to a beat. And you guys go, I love him. He says what I think. And he's like, yeah, great. Good for you. That doesn't mean I don't think it sucks.
Right. My biggest problem with it is the people who like it, because they're the same people who tell other singers like, get your fucking politics out of the music and, get your, what is it? Shut up and sing or shut up and dribble or shut up and make movies. It's like, but when it's like a right-wing thing, like, fuck
and you like it, then.
Yeah, this guy fucking rules. He's the Oliver Anthony is the greatest. And it's like, I don't know. I don't like a lot of politics in my music in general. Like, if enough time has passed, like Ohio by Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, I love that song. I think it's a great song. But it's also not really a political song. It's about the National Guard fucking braining a bunch of kids at a college campus. So it's not like there's a debate there. That was fucked up, you know. But let's listen to a little bit of this. It's the big song. Remember the controversy behind Try That in a Small Town? That's the one that knocked off Luke Combs' Fast Car cover. Now this one is the thing that's knocking off the Jason Aldean song off of all the lists. Let's go ahead and listen to it. You guys can see what you think. I'm pretty consistent with my shut up and sing thing. I don't really care for politics because I don't really think that singers and actors and actresses know any better than the rest of us. But here we go. Ooh.
Overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame.
I will say, I'll give him this though. I think other people might be making it more political than he is, because the start of it just kind of sounds like like an old timey country song.
Yeah. So far, not bad. I mean, nothing super duper, like, I don't know, nothing political.
Yeah. That's the other thing we need to remember, though, is sometimes people grab onto a song for, like, their cause, and they make it more political than maybe the person who wrote it did. You know, like, they're like, oh, yeah, this is an anthem for our people. He's like, I just wanted to write a country bumpkin song. That was it.
What the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north of Richmond.
Yeah, I mean, this just sounds like a country music song.
I mean, someone really needs to shoot that dog. He is in pain.
You don't like the voice?
Yeah, no, the voice started grating on me more and more, and then the lyrics were coming through, and I'm like, all right, I get it. You believe this. But, like, this is something where I find this completely acceptable if it's some asshole at a bar or outside a shop, whatever, playing a guitar, like, all right, go ahead. But the idea, this is a great anthem. Like, it sucks.
I mean, and it's nothing, like, people are like, oh, my God, this is groundbreaking. Like, it's nothing new. It's just, you know, my dollar ain't shit, and the government sucks, and I don't give a fuck, and then, I mean, this song has been made before. It's just made in a more catchy version. It was made 30 years ago. This song. It was when it was called, I liked it better when it was called Addicted to a Dollar. It's kind of the same concept.
That's what I call work.
Oh, hold on.
80 hours a week. That's what I call work.
Same song.
And this black under my blue collar is his paid dirt. They work me hard from dawn till dusk.
It's the same idea.
Doing double time, putting out sweat for a filthy buck. If I see
yeah, fucking tax man,
and the state
suck my dick.
They make my paycheck look like a big mistake.
Yeah, and at least Doug Stone made it fun.
And again, it's just the whole, like, I'm a low down, hard working man. Is like, well, one, you're a performer, but no.
Yeah,
I get it. The people you represent, that's that. Why are people up in arms? The song literally seems like a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's just this song from 30 years ago. It's Addicted to a Dollar by Doug Stone, but, you know, you throw a little, I think in the second and third verse, he throws some pedo accusations in there and some other, it gets pretty based, but it's just kind of an angrier version of other fun country songs. I mean, he kind of knew who to, you know, the buttons to push to tweak the right people. And again, it's doing great, making a lot. I'm sure he's making a lot of money off of it. Congratulations. But, I don't know. I don't know. I must just have some weird immunity to that shit.
I just found it, like I said, I found it kind of pandery. I'm like, all right, this is one of those things where I'm like, all right, everyone who's really loving this, I'm betting is already on board with the message. So it's just like, hey, it's the message I like, and it's got a beat. Like, okay, cool.
Cooter
Easy
Soup,
to please.
Cooter Soup Instruction says, I usually don't like country music, but that Oliver Anthony is good. Yeah, like I said, that's fair enough. I'm just always skeptical of everyone who's got a song with an angle in it now. That's just the way the world has made me this way. I understand. Like I said, I don't think Oliver Anthony's a bad guy. The song's not for me, but like I just get immediately skeptical of people who, because it just seems like when people fail at something, they just tweak it with a political message, and then all of a sudden they've got their angle. So I don't.
Too many people rely on the political message to make what they do matter. Like to go back to Tom McDonald thing. It's not like, oh, he's such an amazing rapper. No. Everybody that loves him because he's a rapper who calls out the woke bullshit. Because nobody calls out the woke bullshit. Like, right. And that's the part I don't give a shit about.
Right. Exactly. I just want a good rapper. That's all. Somebody says, sounds better than Eric Church shit. Am I right, Aaron? How fucking dare you? Don't make me play Crazy Land. Make a fucking. Don't you make a fuck out of me, Al. Don't you make a fuck out of me.
The one beautiful thing about Saturday night, I dared not utter that name for fear that it would pull some sort of karaoke voodoo out of you. And I'm just like, nobody bring up Eric Church. Nobody. And then you did Bent, and I'm like, all right, still gay, but it's not Eric Church. So we got that in.
I didn't have it in me. When I was up there doing Bent and I started getting the migraines under the lights, I was like, I don't have karaoke in me. I dragged my ass up there one time because I wanted to sing a song with April, and that was it.
You didn't want to smoke a little smoke?
I would have done Crazyland, I think. I would have done Crazyland or maybe Heart on Fire. I would have gone newer Eric Church.
You would have passed out of, is it called Wrecking Ball?
Could have done Wrecking Ball. Humped April on the stage.
Slow one.
Sure. I mean, I pressed her up against the wall. Might as well gone the whole way, for God's sake. Well, yeah. So I don't know. People can like that. I'm not upset by that song. I don't think it's the greatest song in the world. In my opinion, it exists. It's doing very well, and God bless the people who like it. And if you don't like it, I'm sure there's plenty of other shit that you can listen to. But yeah, as far as Tom McDonald goes, there's so many better rappers out there that you can listen to. Like I don't know. There's these new guys. I don't know if you've heard of them. But they're pretty good.
It's easy to just fill my legs with a nanotech. Robot pet can't be defeated. He shoots lasers from his eyes. Should've never given me the nanotech, cause now I kill motherfuckers with my nanotech thighs. I don't mean to be a dickhead. I wanna put a smile on your pretty face. I'm a cuboid alien man. I don't wanna be a part of the human race. Bombs, thieves, a bunch of swines. Living a lie, sucking dick all the time. If you really wanna
It's one of my favorite rap songs is living a lie, sucking dick all the time. I don't know how that's any of our business. And then the guy in the suit, to ruin it for you, he never raps. He just dances.
Yeah, I don't know. He's the only hype man who doesn't hype.
Yeah, that's Kev. You got Patrick Carney, you got Norman Payne, and you got Kev. And Kev just dances.
I want to see these guys perform live.
10th anniversary show. We'll try to get the Northern boys across the pond.
We can do that too, but I'd much rather just hold hands with you. Come on, you. A motherfucker, do you wanna make a love to me? Come on.
Now this is hip hop.
Motherfucker, do you wanna get fucked with me? Come on.
This is the way the rap game was intended.
Do you wanna make a love to me? Come on, you. A motherfucker, do you wanna get fucked with me?
All right, let's go. Here, let's go to one. Just really.
I'm enjoying watching the people around them having no idea that they're filming a music video.
I think it's
just like,
awesome.
What is this?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does that departure not say? Oh, that said Minneapolis for a minute. Something else. It's Indianapolis. I'm not sure.
Hey, motherfucker, let's get fucked. This here train is made of man love. Come on, have a ride, you sexy bastards, and don't go home till you're up the duff. Fuck yeah, I got a spring in my step. Let's measure things with a trigonometry set, cause I'm high. I wanna kiss your face, I gotta make love slow, cause my leg's in a brace.
I gotta make love slow because my leg's in a brace.
He's my new hero.
He's responsible, you know? Can't just go fucking all willy-nilly when your leg's in a brace. Wayne Chambers with $5 says, Aaron, a little advice. Don't skip leg day. A little work on the calves. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. It's one of those things that when I'm in the gym, I always intend to work on it, but I get it. I start boxing, and then I do a little bit of arms and shoulders, and then I'll do like 3 sets of calf raises, but in the summertime, I don't get to the gym as much, so the legs don't get as much work. We'll shape them up by next year. How's that? We'll shape them up.
Walk on the balls of your feet more often.
Oh, is that all you do?
Yeah, dude. Invisible heels. Just walk on the balls of your feet. Keep your heels elevated. Do that a lot, and you'll build and tighten your freaking calves like there's no tomorrow.
Fair enough. Thank you, Wayne Chambers, for the $5. 240 away from this evening's goal. We've knocked out everything else for today. Chevrolet JB says, like usual, I disagree with your take. Yeah, that's fine. That's okie doke. You don't have to like my take on that one guy. And look, it's another one of those takes where I understand I'm in the minority. Like people love that guy and they love that song. I'm so sick of like people trying to peddle me hope. I'm like, look, guys, I'm just assuming it's over and we're just laughing our way into the grave. So don't try and show me a thing where like, yeah, this is pushback. It's like I have watched the pushback falter and fail so many times at this aggressive, I want to control every part of your life effort that I'm just like, you know what? I'll laugh at them and that'll be my revenge. It's just not taking them seriously and laughing at them. Johnny, do you want to see some disgusting, offensive, awful racism?
Yes, but I don't have the anniversary show footage here.
Greg Arias says, going for that life is bleak dollar. Oh, yeah, big dollar. That's a big dollar. You know, we've looked at that and we've noticed that that's a very strong dollar. People are feeling that life is bleak dollar here in these bad economic times. So this woman posted a video to Twitter where she accused a Target manager of being racist. And, okay, let's give her a shot. Let's hear her out. Maybe the guy who managed the Target was being a complete bigot. She claims he was being racist because she wouldn't let him and her friends, or her and her friends, have a flash mob dance in a Target. Right. So if you're black and you don't get to form a mob and take up the halls and aisles of a Target with your fucking internet dancing for your TikTok horseshit, you must be a bigot. It's, remember what? Yeah. What's the thing? What's the movie where he goes, blah, 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 leave this, I'll fight you for something else?
That's a really weird grab from me.
Yeah, where he's like, I'll fight you for something else. I can't remember what it is, but it reminds me of this, where the woman's like, yo, you're racist for not letting me come in here and do a flash mob dance in a Target. He's like, look, don't call me racist over this, but I'll give you credit for something else. Just go ahead and leave this one alone. Let's check it out and see what happens and see how he's a bigot. Look at this. That guy walks by. He's like, you got to be kidding me. So people are trying to go shopping. Oh, and she's by the checkout aisles.
Yeah, because she needs to be a center of attention. If she did this in the back of the store where nobody was watching, they wouldn't be the center.
This would be so fucking obnoxious if this was playing that loud while I'm trying to shop and these dead-eyed whores are just fucking doing their shitty Thriller dance.
This is literally what happens when a bunch of bitches like, I need to be a famous dancer and performer, but I have no motivation.
Right. When your TikTok becomes so important because you swear to God, like your people's TikTok accounts now are the new "our band's gonna make it." We're gonna make that viral TikTok and we're gonna blow up and become huge.
If we all just start and multiple people record, they can't block it. Right.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but that's wonderful. That's a good idea. You go into a private business, you start acting like an asshole. They call you out for being an asshole. They ask you nicely to leave, or they will have to call the cops because you're trespassing. And what do? We're going to make it infinitely more difficult for you to do business. See, if I'm the manager at this point, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, calling the cops. I'm not going to give you a second chance.
You're racist. Well, you're acting like a stereotype.
Oh.
City is a graveyard. Can you move your feet? Don't worry about it. The city is a graveyard. I'm haunted by your love. Especially
How do so many clearly mentally damaged people just find each other with such ease?
They all have vaginas.
It's true. Are you sure about that?
I'm not willing to check, but I'm hoping.
Yeah, easy on that all shit. This manager cannot be a racist. He is putting up with way more shit than he should ever have to.
Excuse me, this kind of shit doesn't even fly at Walmart where most of you people shop.
Fuck that. Family Dollar wouldn't let you do this shit. Buy a shitty Chinese fan or get out.
See, this is where if you're the store owner, you got to fight back with the weapons you have. You can't fight back social media and all this stuff. They're not going to listen to you. You do have an oversound system. You just attention now on sale in aisle 5. We have a whole bunch of hood rats. Buy one, get one. Whole bunch of hood rats.
Just start humiliating them until they leave.
An entire collection of women who are entirely self-sufficient so long as you keep funding their OnlyFans page. Independent bitches, aisle 5.
Excuse me, Flash Mob. We have something very interesting. We want to apologize to you, and as a token of our appreciation, all of your father's affection is on aisle 5. The thing you've been looking for this entire time, we found it for you.
This just in, we've received a fresh supply of fruit. If you come over to the commissary area, watermelon will be served.
Oh, for God's sake. All of a sudden it starts dispersing. The one in charge goes, Colonel, the line is faltering. No, stay strong. Don't break the line. Turns into the Saxons from King Arthur. Hold the line. I'll kill you myself.
Actually, these are these look like a bunch of hungry ladies. I think if you offer free food or cheesecake, you might start a stampede.
For those of you looking to pick up the classic Milton Bradley game, Hungry Hungry Hippos, please don't be confused. That is not an end cap at our checkout aisle. How much fucking attention do you need? Ugh. I couldn't remember the dance because I was so emotional. Oh my God. How do these people survive to whatever age they are? With the amount of I can't evens.
They're beautiful, and this is worth it. Like, I really just want to be standing there and be like, you guys suck. Like, this is boring. Boo.
Yeah, see, now, if we still had any kind of, as we call it, pushback, you would just gather the rest of the store and boo loudly. And it would be fun. Where are immature teenage boys when you need them?
We need one man to cry out.
Hey, where are the white women at?
We need one person to just show up and go,
Oh my God, he's like a black woman in a Wawa.
or
I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life.
what do you think about that dance?
You know, I hate gay people.
Oh, shit.
You know, I hate gay people.
Actually, the manager called the police. We have the phone call recorded. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
Guys, the monkeys are attacking us.
I thought that was a little forward, I thought.
People over assumed they thought this was a flash mob. They asked her what was going on. She clarified this was not a flash mob.
I was fixing my coochie lips.
Oh, she just needed to fix her coochie lips. You can't give her a break for just a little bit. And then, of course, the manager yelled out after the dance was over.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
Oh, fuck. You know how she got these dancers?
How?
He was handpicked.
Some of those moves are pretty hard. In order to do them, you have to do some pretty intricate work. Like
They shove a living snake up your ass.
That's a fucked up OnlyFans.
That shit a move.
Oh. So apparently she called the guy racist. Where's the end of it? So that there's still 12 seconds left in the video.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the emotional damage in this video is, I don't think you can ever clean it up. Maui's less of a mess than these women.
I feel like there's nothing you can say to them that will make them understand that we can hear you singing. It's not working.
The entitled influencer is accusing them of racism for stopping a flash mob from taking over the store for a music video. She said, quote, "Can you move? You're being so racist right now." You know, if it was a good music video, like if they were doing a good job, don't get me wrong, I'd still hate them. but like there'd be a little more leeway. They suck too, and they just look all dead-eyed like a bunch of whores.
Can you move? You're being so racist right now. Can you be more entitled? You're being such a cliche right now. I just, wow.
Yeah, he really is. She called the wrong person racist because he actually is one. And she goes, "You're being so racist right now." He goes, "Well, could you be blacker?" She's like, "Whoa, what the fuck?"
You're being so racist right now. Is it racism when you just lean into everything I believe? I mean, go ahead, light up a menthol. We got all day. You don't have jobs to get to.
Jaeger King says, "Whatever happened to TikTok being banned? Do it already." You know, I was reading an article on that. There's like non-conservative news sources that are writing those articles now where they're like, "Hey, it's time to ban TikTok. What are we waiting for? Like, we got to get rid of this shit." And it's like, you know what? That's a good thing. As long as there's more people who are kind of jumping on that train.
And that lady's fallout from TikTok being banned will be hilarious.
Oh, boy.
Because that's her lifeline. She doesn't have a personality, talent, success, fame, any of this stuff. She has a TikTok personality. And if that goes away, she doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, then she's going to have to try and find a real one. And that.
She's going to start working at Target.
Oh, boy. Speaking of racism, Tyrese is suing Home Depot. There's a sentence I never thought I'd say. But Tyrese is suing them. He's accusing them of racial profiling, saying that he's struggling with suing them because, quote, "it's my Disneyland." But he filmed it, and he claims that one of the, and I don't even know if this is a white woman. She looks like she might be part Latino or Asian or something, or maybe she's just fucked up looking. I don't know. But this is Tyrese Gibson in a Home Depot, and this is the incident that caused him to sue them for racial profiling. Let's you use your judgment here.
Can you please include that information? I was just there. I just walked. I was just in your store, ma'am. If you're going to talk to your manager, tell your manager the truth. I was just in the store and I gave my guys my credit card in front of your staff and team member.
Okay, see, this is where I'm going to immediately not side with Tyrese right off the bat. Anytime the filming starts in the middle, I'm a little iffy.
I gave my guys my credit card.
First of all, why?
You needed someone to handle your money? Okay.
Right. Yeah, use your own fucking credit card. So there's some kind of issue with payment and returning and shit like that. Okay.
And I walked off. Don't say that I'm not there with no ID. You can pull up the cameras. I was there 5 minutes ago. This is completely unnecessary, what you're doing right now. I'm not answering what?
You know, I'll say this. Tyrese had to have done something, and the only reason I say that is no kid that works at Home Depot is going to work this hard.
Yeah, and no offense, Tyrese is kind of recognizable. I mean, he's done a lot of shit.
Maybe not to her. I could see if she wouldn't know who Tyrese is. Like, you and I are in our 30s, and we know who Tyrese is. She looks like she's maybe 20 years old. I don't know if she'd know who Tyrese Gibson is. Well, you know what? Movies? I guess he's an actor now, right?
Yeah. He has a very iconic face and voice. It's just something that'll stick with you. I'm sorry. I feel like you wouldn't be like, hey, I know that guy. But at the same rate, too, I'd kind of be like, dude, that's Tyrese, man.
You might
like,
be right. Well, the statement she gave the cops, she said she swore she didn't know who he was because, what is it, quote, yeah, they all look alike to me. So she does have a defense there. I wouldn't make that defense. Do you have a pro account?
Man, should I have the CEO of Home Depot to call you tomorrow?
Oh.
Yeah, he's being a cunt.
Because he's my neighbor. He's my neighbor in Atlanta. You want me to?
That is kind of a fun flex. Well, then what are you bothering her for? Go next door and knock on the door and ask him a question.
Yeah, go talk to your neighbor.
Yeah. Jesus, you can't be more friendly? Go talk to your neighbor, see if he can take care of this for you.
Get the CEO of Home Depot to call you and tell you that this is unnecessary, what you're doing?
Yeah, my manager
Okay, tell your manager.
My manager said that's fine. That, in their defense, that is how you play that.
Yeah.
You just go, yeah, go ahead.
And it's going to be weird when the CEO does call, but then he's probably like, yeah, but I mean.
Tyrese is kind of a dick. He throws loud parties. He makes a lot of noise. So. I was gonna put a flaming bag of dog shit on his front step, but this'll do. Just don't give him the return.
Sure, I was just in the store. Do you want to tell him that part?
He can hear you.
Okay, manager. What is his name? Carlos.
There goes the racism angle. Fuck. Thought I could get Carlos on some white supremacy shit.
His last name.
I mean, are we surprised Carlos is the manager?
It's moving up.
That's not necessary.
Yeah, I started at this Home Depot just jumping into strangers' pickup trucks, and now I'm the manager. Now, why did he get Canadian? Fucking A, I'm off my game.
What?
You work in Home Depot. You work in a public place.
What?
You're asking me for my first and last name. I'm giving it to you. Tyrese Gibson. And those guys are my designers and builders. And I was just in your store 5 minutes ago. And
my name is Tyrese Gibson. Oh, cool. Do you know Kevin Hart?
You're on the phone with me asking for ID, and you're talking to the ID. I was just in your store. I understand policy, but you know you're being extra right now.
Being extra.
Excuse me?
So what does he need ID
this is
for?
Tyrese Gibson. I was just in your store. Okay, what is his last name? Store policy. Okay, what is your name? What is your name?
Weird.
Aurelie?
Yep, Curly.
And what's your last name?
I'm not giving you. You're fucking filming this on the internet. I'm not giving you my last name.
Okay, I like your bangs. You have a good night.
Oh, Tyrese trying to throw a little dick at her too at the end there. I like your bangs, girl.
All right, Karen. Okay, Karen, take care. Thanks, Karen. What time do they
Karen,
close,
oh, he's
man?
calling her Karen.
What time? Excuse me. What time you close the store? What time you close the store? 10 o'clock.
Right,
Jesus,
so
Joe Pesci's looking rough.
So now, wait a minute. So he wanted to return something, but it wasn't his credit. So this guy wanted to return something, but it was on Tyrese's credit card, so they can't let that guy return it. Well, that makes total sense.
But hey, at least he gets to flex, and maybe he'll get the manager and the cashier lady fired. And
right, multi-millionaire Tyrese Gibson can get that lowly Home Depot worker and the manager fired because they did their job and didn't let this guy collect a return from the guy whose credit card did not make the charge. Look, it makes sense to me. Like, okay, when he's on the phone, could you maybe go ahead and do it? Yeah, but you don't know as the head of the store if he's under duress.
And he was in the store, but apparently he gave the card and left, and that was the whole thing too. Like, you left. Like, could you maybe? I get it, you're too big and important to follow this through all the way. But if you're buying or returning shit at Home Depot, could you maybe stay there until the transaction's completed?
Yeah, I mean, you can't stick around. What, did you have a scene to shoot before before they could get you a receipt? Fuck. Is this more? There's more of the argument.
So educate me about the protocol. I walked up to this gentleman. I grabbed 2 candy bars.
Got it.
He scanned it.
Yes.
And I said, hey, man, they're going to finish the rest of the transaction. They got my credit card, and I left.
Okay.
I did not pay for my 2 candy bars.
But you left your credit card to that person?
With them. I was just here with them, and this man just seen me. He scanned. Hold on, let me finish. He scanned my 2 candy bars. I looked him in his face. They were finishing up the transaction, and I walked out of your store.
Boy, look what sugar does to Tyrese. This becomes an obnoxious cunt.
2 candy bars, no ID, and I didn't swipe my card to pay for it. And he let me leave. So then, as I left, sir, they're now here to finish the transaction because irregardless of who I am, I don't like...
Stop saying irregardless. There's no such word as irregardless.
It's regardless of who I am.
Regardless will be fine. Regardless is okay.
Getting attention. And I just started seeing people look...
So would irregardless be with regard?
I am not the English major that we need to seek for this.
Correct answer. It's not a fucking word. Sorry, I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at the black man on the screen.
Looking, and I was like, let me go ahead and work my way out. They've been coming here and working with me. They worked with me. I don't treat anybody less than. I treat everybody with respect.
Okay, well, let them use... we don't give a shit. You're using too many words. A little word economy here. Then have them use their debit card or their credit card, and then you reimburse them. You don't leave people with your card and just walk out. You don't know if that's going to work or not.
Well, I guess he does.
Yeah, I guess he does, yeah.
Working with me for 10 years. I have not been in this store in probably 6 years. So I'm asking the supervisor, who won't give me her last name, what is the store policy that you have in place that you're supposed to implement where I'm able to scan 2 candy bars and walk outside without my ID and without paying for it? And he let me leave. And I'm calling you on FaceTime.
So wait a minute. I don't understand what
you stole candy bars?
Yeah, I don't understand what his issue is here. You scanned 2 candy bars and then walked out. Why didn't you just wait and pay for your fucking candy bars? Are you doing? Is he doing like a secret shopper thing where he like caught them letting him shoplift or?
Too big to let this happen. I got to get my candy bars and get out before I get masked because, you know, that Fast X movie came out. Everyone's going to be hunting down Tyrese Gibson.
Yeah. Can you educate me here, or do you also not know what the fuck his
I don't
problem
understand
is?
what the fuck is happening.
Oh.
You got 2 free candy bars from the sounds of things, the diabetes you can keep, and you then gave them your credit card, left, so at the very least, if they didn't know anything, they have people paying with a fraudulent credit card. I don't even know what they're buying, but it sounds like it's not small. And it's just, you could have waited.
To say if you have an ID problem and I don't have a pro account, you're looking at me on FaceTime and I'm telling you it's me. And then you're saying the policy is I got to come in here and show my ID.
Right.
So why did your...
They can't just have your face on a screen and go, oh, it's me. And they're like, oh, okay, good enough.
Why did your coworker let me leave with 2 candy bars with no ID and I didn't swipe a credit card? If that's your policy, that's what I'm asking. I don't have a racist bone in my body. And you know you
but you're being a dick.
Yeah, you have a dick bone in your body. Figurative and literal. You have 2 of them. Yeah, it seems like he's just being an asshole for no reason. Like, this is a small issue.
Yeah. And so they let you slide without the candy bar. So that makes it this huge, egregious thing to have to come back and provide your ID when they're using your credit card. Again, I don't know if he just doesn't interact in the real world at all. Most people generally stay until the purchase is complete. So I guess you had to get out. You got to eat that candy bar real fast. I get, expiration dates and all.
I suppose.
He's wasting away without that chocolate. It's the only thing holding him.
That racist energy all over you because you're not even willing to apologize, fix it, and point out the inconsistencies of what you know and your training and what the policies are. You're wrong. You're wrong, and I want your full name, and I'm going to reach out to the people who own this place, who is the CEO of Home Depot is my neighbor in Atlanta. Okay? So you don't have to give me your name. I'll figure it out.
Sir, you're being a cunt. Like, this is remarkable. This could have all been avoided if, Mr. Too Big to check out at the checkout counter could have just stayed there for another 45 seconds and just swiped his fucking credit card.
And he's the one making the big deal of it. I don't know if he realizes this. That's a really, no offense, that's a really fucking bullshit flex of well, I know the CEO. He's my neighbor. Good. Go fuck yourself. Have him build your lawn.
He's being an asshole.
Oh, yeah.
Point blank. He's just being an asshole. And it seems like He's got all the time in the world to be an asshole.
Yeah.
And people should
He
not
had
be
to get out of there real quick, but he didn't. He had to get out of there real quick and leave the card. But he had plenty of time to bitch at her on FaceTime about, hey man, this is me. I'm telling you, it's me. Like,
right.
You could have just been there.
All the time you spent arguing and bitching with these people, you could have pulled out the card and fucking paid for the candy bars. Christ.
Treated this way. And if you got a policy and you reflect the policy of this place, then the policy should be consistent with everybody that works here. Okay? You don't care, right? Because you don't. He cares. That's why he came out. You're wrong. And I came here to tell you you're wrong, and you're not even willing to apologize.
Sir, you still haven't told us exactly what the fuck your problem is.
I want a cop to show up like, sorry, this is, I don't know if this is your credit card. Take him down.
Now, I want to see this. As crazy as it sounds, Tyrese says Home Depot was like my Disneyland, estimating he spent close to $10 million there over 20 years. Okay, take it easy. He's going after Home Depot in court because he believes a cashier racially profiled him and his Latino crew members because she wouldn't allow them to use his credit card to buy supplies. I don't know about you, but as a customer of a store, I would actually be very relieved to find out that the staff there doesn't let people pay with someone else's credit card.
He might want to know this. It's technically illegal to use someone else's credit card to pay for goods and services. So if the store knowingly takes a credit card that they know doesn't belong to those people, they are running a risk. Again, if it's such a big deal, dude, this whole thing is solved by just fucking waiting.
Yeah. Just you hang out for a little bit. They'll be able to get you, all your shit set up. You'll be fine.
Eat your fucking candy bar, shut your fucking mouth, and pay for your wood. We're done.
That's all you got to do. Tyrese said he hasn't heard a peep from Home Depot since he posted video of the store interaction and filed the suit. Well, yeah, you won't. Because you sued them, so they're not going to talk to you now.
By the way, your Atlanta neighbor gonna love you. Gonna be, yeah, great that I got all this shit coming. I got people coming at me about how I don't respect black people and my company's racist. Yeah. I got this problem, that problem. Oh, can't wait for this. I'm gonna have a barbecue. Hey, Tyrese, how you doing, you dirty bastard?
By the way, he says the company's CEO, who he claims is his neighbor. Tyrese says the CEO is clammed up too, despite their supposed friendship. Yeah, because the CEO has to,
imagine why.
Like Johnny said, the guy has to deal with this shit now. Despite his reservations, he's going through with the lawsuit on behalf of all the people who claim they've been racially profiled in Home Depots. You weren't racially profiled. A bunch of Mexicans tried to pay for some shit with a black guy's credit card. It's not allowed. Like I said,
I was saying all you need is the card holder's permission, but either way, the card holder wasn't there. And it's him on the phone saying, yeah, that's me, and I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I don't understand what... I mean, in my opinion, if this isn't thrown out immediately, I don't know what grounds a judge would say this guy has to sue. 01 says, or just be smart and not eat the damn candy bar in the store. Yeah, you can't hang around for a few seconds?
Yeah.
To pay for the fucking
What do you
candy
have
bar?
to do that's so pressing?
I'd like to know. Stevie J says, I served up a giant steamer to my neighbor and he isn't friendly with me anymore. It's the weirdest thing. This guy is legit retarded. Yeah. Oh, man, my friend, the CEO of Home Depot, man, he won't talk to me because just because I sued his entire fucking company. God damn it, guys. All right, Johnny, we got to get to this Crowder stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how Tyrese figured that this would be a good lawsuit. I don't know why he thinks it's a good idea, but we'll check in on old Tyrese later. We got a couple of Crowder things to do. Crowder posted something on Twitter yesterday from his Rumble show called Addressing the Rumors. And it's about, again, he's addressing his divorce, but first, we have Crowder with a new parody song from Steven Crowder. Now, we've gone over his parody trailers and his parody songs in the past, and they have ranged from not good to cringe-inducingly shitty. Let's see if this one breaks the mold or it falls somewhere within the range. Without further ado, I give you, Johnny, and our audience, Vaccine, the Cranberries zombie parody song. Now, for the rest of you, hit like and hit subscribe on all of the platforms we're on right now, because I have a feeling after I play this for you, you're going to be mad at me. I have not watched this yet. I saved it to watch with you. We will become miserable together. Steven Crowder and his latest effort, Vaccine, in between rubbing his balls on his employees, allegedly, he also does wacky skits. And here's one. First of all, the motherfucker, he didn't do a parody where you like speed up the song a little bit and you make it 2 minutes. He made a 4-minute and 40-second music parody video and tried to make it look like old-timey MTV. Here we go. Haha, what a funny parody song. It's babies getting injected with needles. That's funny. Cool. Oh. Could you imagine thinking you're this fucking important?
I couldn't.
I mean, you know what makes people that important? Is they don't act like they're that important. That's what makes people cool. That's what makes people influential. That's what makes people take them seriously, is that they don't tell you to do that. But okay, here we go. Crowder's heavy as fuck, and he's going to save the world. Oh my God, start the song.
Yeah, like he's full of himself.
And then everything about him is so gay. He's painted his staff gold, put them in little tunic crotch things, and then he's a golden god too.
Like, we get it. We're talking about the vaccine. We're talking about mandates and other, like, it's not even heavy-handed. It's like someone beating you with the side of a tree going, I'm hitting you with a tree. Yes, we know.
Christ almighty. 50 seconds. I'm not going to be, I can't do this. I thought I was stronger. I'm sorry. I'm not.
It's so bad, dude.
It's so bad. Like, okay, a song parody. Let's go with the Grandmaster, the God, Weird Al Yankovic.
Right.
In a Weird Al Yankovic song, it's line 1, line 2. They rhyme, they're funny. Ha ha. Here's a great example of an opening of a Weird Al song. Your reaction is this. Like, okay, now I'm into the song. I'll listen to the song for a little bit because there's a little titter I just did. And then we'll get to the chorus and be like, oh, that's good. I get it because he's fat. When he goes to the movies, he takes up 7 rows. You know what Crowder's problem with all of his parodies are? He takes himself so seriously. Like, you can tell this guy wanted to be in a band. He's a gay theater kid. He wanted so bad. He wanted to be in all these different industries. They all said no. And he's like, well, I'll fucking show you. And instead of doing a funny parody song, he's like, I'm going to show them how I sing. I'm going to show them how I make points. I'm going to show them how artistic I am with my video design. Steven, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart,
Just say you're gay.
Honest to Christ, man. You're dressing young boys up in golden, damn near naked outfits. Oh.
But then you get people that are just like, man, but he's right though. And it's like that. Even if he's making points, that doesn't mean what he's making is any good.
Right. You're saying words to make it fit the song, but you've forgotten the prime directive, which is make it funny. And he goes on for another 3 minutes. So word economy and brevity being the soul of wit, not exactly Steven's strong suit.
But I'm sure we have a lot more that we're going to cover in these other 3 minutes. We're not just going to sit here and bang on the whole shots and their clots, and you get clots when you get shots because you have myocarditis because it's a vaccine. I'm sure we're not going to just nail the same first verse over and over and over for another.
When I box with an ox, I wear ox boxing gocks. When my socks are in a fuck.
Crampa Bay.
Right. So
are we going to get to a point now, or did we hit? Like, that's the thing. You blew your load and you just kept doing it over.
We're
and
at the
over
2 minute
again.
mark. No, because he wanted you to see how he sings. He's such a good singer. Hey, he sounds just like the Cranberries, people. Get it? I remember that song. Oh, Christ. You forgot to do a song parody.
Sudden death among healthy working age people worldwide is skyrocketing.
She died here at the hospital after she went into cardiac.
Oh, so now it's just going to be clips. So
It's
now
just
he's
going to be clips and stories and things. Again, stuff you can't find without Crowder because nobody knew about this.
That's just it, too. It's like, oh, wow, this is a really edgy song. Questioning the vaccine. Nobody's been doing that for 2 years.
Yeah, glad you waited until your platform wouldn't get stripped from you for doing it to step out with this brave song of yours.
Fucking phony rebel. How does anyone even buy this guy's bullshit anymore?
These are human beings.
Because I represent science.
When the science's name is Fauci, we just all bent over. It's a
creative.
old scheme like his ex-monarchy in your...
Are you willing to share the data with this committee?
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Now we're back to shots and clots, and that's going to be the end of the song. Holy shit. I don't understand. If you're a fan of him, you need to explain to me what happened. You need to explain to me why this is still something worth watching. You need to explain to me why this is good. Brittany says, I'd rather watch Taryn Manning eating ass than Steven Crowder video. Yes, I agree. Greg Arias says, was a parody of Hey Man, Nice Shot not a gay enough idea? Yeah.
Yeah. There's so many songs we could have done.
But no. That's not the... Let's not pretend that Steven just swung and missed on the song choice. Steven is not...
swung and missed by doing it.
Right. Steven is not talented. Steven is not funny. Steven can't do song parodies. But he insists. Keep in mind, guys, this is what happens when you get rid of everyone who tells you something's a shit idea or tells you something's not funny. And, that when you get rid of those people, you get people who will paint themselves gold. Here's a good test of when I would fire someone. Hey, man, I want to paint you gold and almost have your balls out in a music video I'm going to do. And if they say, okay, I fire them immediately. I go, no, you have no balls. You have no backbone. You won't stand up to a dog shit idea.
I just feel like you're dropping your dick on people. Like I'm sorry. I'd like to think I work with people strong enough to be like, hey, get your dick off of me.
Yes. Dusty True on Rumble says the ratchet bitch eating ass was at least authentic. It's a great point. So now we go from Dr. Till, by the way. Dr. Till says, that was so bad, I wish the pandemic had been real and killed us all. Yeah, that's, I mean, over listening to that song again? Stevie J says, it's about the movement. The movement. Kyle says, he's fighting big tech or something. I don't know. Right. Yeah, what was that exactly? That's what Johnny and I are sitting here wondering. You weren't trying to be funny, I hope. And you didn't make any points.
You just said shit that we've all been saying. And you did it like, aren't I a great bastion of social commentary? No, you're literally just lazy and a no-talent hack. And then
you wanted to show off. You wanted to show off your chest. You wanted people to go, I remember 1994. You wanted to show people you could sing and that you could make a dramatic music video. So you did that for all self-serving reasons and none of the reasons why anyone should do a song parody. All right, let's get to Steven Crowder. At least this time, I don't think he's trying to be funny. He's just doing what he does best, being a melodramatic high school cunt. Let's watch this one. Crowder has been hit with allegations that he's rubbing his wieners on people. He's making his staff sign new NDAs where they won't talk to former employees. He's trying to lock shit down because ROTC's potato thing got to him. And now he's going to try and throw some more blame on his soon-to-be ex-wife. Let's watch Crowder address something that none of us have criticized him for.
The rumor mill's been circulating. I know a lot of you have been asking me questions.
Yeah, like, do you rub your dick on your employees? If this is not addressing that question, I really don't give a shit.
So I'm going to try and address this, I guess, as tactfully as we can. And Gerald, you can just say, shut up. But there have been a lot.
Shut up. Oh, see, it doesn't work when I do it. Shut up. Shut up. Stop. Here's where Gerald, because he's the CEO of Crowder's company. Here's where Gerald should say, shut up. Gerald, I want to talk about my divorce. Shut up. How much money do you really want her to have? Let me know.
It has been brought to my attention that there have been some stories out there circulating.
About your dick. Talk about your dick.
Some old, some new regarding divorce that's been going on. Obviously, I've been going through for a very long time.
Steven Crowder has this weird thing where every time there's embarrassing news about him, he goes, I have an idea. Let's bring up my divorce again. That'll take the heat off me.
It hasn't worked yet, but let's keep trying.
Steven, the only reason you're a laughingstock now, which I'm happy about, I'm happy it happened somehow. I wish it would have been for the Tombstone trailer, but this will work. The only reason you're a laughingstock now is because you wouldn't let Dave Landau make fun of you. If you would have just let Dave Landau make fun of you on these shows and then just, hey, cost of doing business, the guy didn't want to come back, what do you do? If you just would have let him have that moment, it would have been over by now. But you had to bring your fucking divorce up. And then you had to fight with Candace Owens, who you know is way bitchier and blacker than you and is definitely more cut out for this shit than you are. And she is a brutal bitch.
And you are so jealous of the mile of dick she gets to take.
Yeah, she gets to see Ben Shapiro every day. Jealous of that one. I mean, I wouldn't be, but you wanted to be with Benny so bad, but you fucked it up by recording your phone conversations. So this guy just keeps making wrong turn after wrong turn after wrong turn, and he goes, I know how I'm going to fix this wrong turn. Go left again. So here we go.
I've not discussed this, and I want to be very clear. This is under confidentiality from the court, from the judge, and I will honor that, so I won't be discussing that. And I would caution anyone, by the way, on either side, any side, whether you think you're helping me or someone else, just from drawing conclusions on what would necessarily be incomplete information.
I want you all to stop thinking the way I don't want you to think.
Don't draw any unnecessary conclusions from incomplete information. I'm going to spoon feed you only the information I want.
This guy is like such a sociopath, like narcissist kind of guy. Like the whole guy, like, don't listen to any of them. All right. And then he goes, this is supposed to be under confidentiality. So excuse me while I talk about it, but then I get upset if anyone else talks about it. Oh, what a mentally ill Canadian psycho.
Because of the situation. Now, as it relates to some other rumors, and hit pieces unrelated to divorce. So, like a recent hit piece, this is something that Yeah, I need to address that I have ever committed adultery. And I say unrelated to the divorce because the media smear campaign is of an accusation that has never even been alleged, to be clear, in any divorce proceedings.
First of all, you can tell he's panicking because you haven't told us what hit piece it is. We have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You're jumping into, so wait a minute, was there a relationship? Wasn't there? You're just kind of jumping in and throwing 8 things at the wall at once. Just relax, Steven. Take a fucking Adderall.
Being very defensive. I haven't even heard the accusation yet, other than the adultery thing we just finally slipped into.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard your employees say that you rub your balls on them. Would you care to address that one? That's one I've actually
heard. We got
heard.
accusations a mile long.
Yeah.
Nor allegations of any kind of physical abuse ever. All right?
No, we've just seen the emotional abuse, but continue.
This is a complete falsehood out there in the media from people who are looking to do reputational damage, and we know who's behind it.
The Jews! I'm sorry.
I want to be very clear about this. I have absolutely and unashamedly, respectfully, courted several women well since I was served divorce papers.
I've courted. Are you putting on a gimmick of an 80-year-old man, or are you indeed an 80-year-old man?
I think it's a gimmick.
I've been courting women. Oh, really? Because that's what a guy.
And the women are dudes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's what a guy who's trying to throw our scent off the gay trail would say. Is that he's been courting. Next, he's going to say, and I've even stooped a few of them.
And I've been going through a separation and divorce for well over 2 years, depending on how you calculate it.
Write the check and be done with it then, you fuck. Write her a year's worth of Mug Club and call it a day.
And each of these, the reason I need to address this is because I'm
a narcissist and I can't let anyone think that I'm anything other than what I want them to think I am. There, I finished it for you.
My narrative too hard?
Yeah, there, I finished it for you. Hey, Steven, have you ever heard the tighter you try to squeeze the bar of soap, the more it shoots through your hands? That is a parable that describes your life to a T.
These women are incredible. They've all been incredible, conservative, God-fearing women to the letter, have done nothing wrong.
And by God, he means him. They've been me-fearing people. So when I tell them to fucking watch it, finally a broad who fucking watches it. Could you imagine?
They fed my dog his medicine. They got me a potato.
They wore the gloves and they brought me a potato. And that's important. And they only drive when I say they can. It's nice.
These were not one-night stands. These were meaningful relationships with each woman who is well aware of my situation well after served divorce papers, who do not deserve to have their reputations besmirched, who helped me through what has been the darkest, most difficult.
He always does that too. Anytime he's trying to save his own ass from something, he goes, well, you don't need to besmirch this person. It's like, yeah, nobody besmirched your wife. They thought this poor fucking thing who had to be with you for this long and be treated this way. None of these women, I've never even heard of these allegations, first of all. I think he's just trying to throw his scent off the New York Post story about the employees. But, he always pulls that card of, don't ruin their reputation. It's like, they're not. They're ruining yours. So don't try to.
Their reputations are fine. Yours is the one taking a shit because regardless of whether or not you've moved on with these other women, you look really fucked up right now in terms of how you're coming out about this, how you're talking about. Who gives a shit? So you got some strange. I get it. You left your wife. That was a horrible shit show. And, you just want to, sink your dinky. I get it. Just fucking bust your slump and move on.
Right. You don't need to tell us about it.
Period of my life. And I have a fondness in my heart for everyone involved. And by the way, the woman would make fantastic wives, mothers for whoever ends up being their husband someday who finds themselves in.
That's his whole thing. Is he's such a fucking creep. He's like, oh yeah, they'd make wonderful breeders. It's like, do you love
fantastic mothers and wives? I mean, they're not stock animals, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, the ones I dated were fit for breeding. Like, do you love anyone, or is everything to you transactional? We know the answer to that. But God, he's just such a melting down fucking puke.
Far more reasonable circumstances. And I want to be clear about this, too. Now, look, I understand that some people out there think you should never date anybody, court anybody, until divorce is finalized. In the case of Gerald.
Nobody thinks that. Like, nobody thinks that's why you're a piece of shit. Nobody believes that for a minute. Divorces can take for fuck ever.
And when someone tries this hard to be like and I do things the right way, the proper way, I'm like, how many skeletons you got in your closet that you're covering up for?
Exactly. Every time we see this guy, he's bringing up another thing that we've never heard of, that he has to get out. He's getting out in front of everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I won't say who, but I know somebody who went on for 10 years.
There's currently in Texas divorces going on for 8 years. This is well over 2 years.
He's interrupting the guy. Look at how bad he needs to control the messaging and how people see him. He's interrupting his own CEO because he wants to make sure that CEO says exactly what Crowder needs. Gerald, ditch this fucking bimbo. Daily Wire will give you a nice gig. Welcome the open embrace of the beautiful, wonderful Jewess, Ben Shapiro. He'll put a yarmulke on you. It'll cover up some of that male pattern baldness. Not that I have any room to talk. Do they make corner yarmulkes? Do they make corner yarmulkes? Can I maybe fill this in? I'm going to be such a
like
Jew.
Super far forward?
Yeah, I'm going to be such a Jew. I'll wear 2 of them.
All right.
Perfect. Do they make any of them that look like hair? Okay, so now I'm asking for a toupee.
Yeah, pretty much.
A Jew-pay, which never happens. 3-layer Jew joke. All right, continue, Crowder.
Go on forever. I understand that some people have that point of view. I do not. And I think it's important.
Because you're such a moral fucking conservative, right? You fucking fair weather snoot.
To find something real. It's something that I still believe, something that I want, by the way. And
if I have kids with one of these, I might actually even be there when they're born. This next
I want to have something real. It's something I want one day because I'm completely fake and full of shit.
This is also why, especially looking for something real, we are now going to announce the Win a Date with Steven Crowder sweepstakes.
Ew.
Put me in charge, baby. It'll be a Tess Holiday lookalike contest.
So send your resume, and by the way, of course, no pornography. Though tasteful erotica is tolerated.
Nope.
Lizzo's not busy.
To date Steven at louderwithcrowder.com. That's date Steven at louderwith.
Is he real? Oh my God, he's really doing this? So he's trying to make it sound like it's a wacky, funny bit, but he's doing that thing where like, but if you want to. Ew.
Oh, God.
Oh, what a piece of monkey shit this guy is. There's nothing human about him. I'm sorry.
I really, like I said, I want just mail application after mail application to come in.
Dude, nothing but throbbing purple cocks. That's all I want in that inbox is just giant black dicks.
On it.
See, there you go. Steel Toe fans, date Steven at louderwithcrowder.com. You see that at the bottom there? Date Steven at louderwithcrowder.com. I don't know if Steven is interested in giant black penises, but I guess you could find out if you wanted to send them to datesteven at louderwithcrowder.com. Just check it out. Just see.
Crowder.com. Again, looking for something real, meaningful relationship. As long as you have a BMI that's between anorexic and morbidly obese, between the ages of 26 and 38 years old, if you're okay with a man who's pretty boring outside of work, my only hobbies really include family, food, film, and reading.
Shouting.
Homoerotic.
Yeah, homoerotica, shouting at women, making gay parody songs, whipping my co-host. Do you like a guy who rubs his balls on other dudes? Well, do I have a guy for you?
I like the beach, but not long walks on them. But I make up for this by being tall.
How much are they paying you to laugh at this horse shit?
I like the beach, but not long walks on them.
Get it?
Why was that funny?
Tom Chilstrom could host this show better than Steven Crowder could.
So send your resume and your pictures at date Steven Crowder at louderwithcrowder.com for the Win a Date with Steven Crowder sweepstakes.
You look so young there.
I know. Well,
wow, imagine that. The narcissist went with a younger photo. Fucking weird.
And by the way, I guarantee that's a real email address, and I guarantee he will check that out and troll for chicks on that email address while on his show laughing about it, acting like it's a big joke. Oh, this guy's pathetic. Now I don't even feel like making fun of him. This is just a man who continues to fall.
best foot forward. Yeah. And I will say this, though, and there have been other
Did they just say
pieces and
swing?
smear campaigns. And the only reason I have to address it is because, again, you hate seeing people drawn into something who have done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
I have been humbled, and I do have a lot to apologize for. Look, let me be really clear here. I was wrong about a lot.
That's the end of the clip.
Oh.
Imagine
Well, I
that.
mean,
The narcissist says he's wrong about a lot, but does not go into detail about what he was wrong about. That's very interesting.
Oh,
he's exhausting.
It's just dumb. You're doing a date like it's a funny little joke. Okay, fine. You put together a website and put it on a screen. That means you actually bought the website.
Yeah. Louderwithcrowder.com is his actual website. So
yeah,
that
but I mean,
email
like,
is,
but I mean, you put the thing up on your website. You're doing like it's not just like a hacky little bit. You put way too much effort into this, much like the cranberries thing. Like the payoff isn't worth the effort, and you put so much effort into it. I'm just like, why did you bother? This is where we got. Why did you bother?
Dead Jester says, down at the gay bar, at the gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. Even more says, courting several women. Have you, though? That's what I agree. By courted, he means made them sign very aggressive NDAs about their relationship.
He means like actual court.
Yeah, look, man, the level of narcissism in this guy where he has to get in front of everything, tell you what to believe, warn you not to believe shit on, don't believe shit on incomplete information. Only believe what I tell you because I'm for sure giving you the whole context. This guy.
Well, I mean, he's too busy fighting big tech to lie.
The worse it gets for this guy, the more transparent he becomes. Do you think he made those women do you think he makes women he goes on dates with sign NDAs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee you. That's not even like, not to defend Crowder, but that's not even an abnormal thing. There's a lot of people in the public performance sphere now where it's like dates and sexual activity. There's literal NDAs that have to exchange because they can't risk someone going, oh, well, I'm going to go out on Twitter and be like, I had a great time, but fuck this guy because now I regret it and it's rape or whatever. So they have to literally cover their ass on a lot of shit. It's weird. But in the case of Crowder, like that NDA that's a devil's deal.
Yeah. Greg Arias says, do you find it hard to hide the fact that you're gay? Just want to be sitting there on a couch going, and we can make a lot of love until the sun goes down. Sky rockets in flight. Boom, boom, boom. Afternoon delight. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. It is very, very good. Oh, they're calling my hairline a reverse Batman mask. Roots, you son of a bitch. Root says Aaron called him a snoot. The hate is real. I was trying to think of an insult and a sound just came out of my mouth. I was so upset. Oh, he is so. Yeah, I think how he is does not make me mad. The anger comes from people going, "Oh, I like Crowder. He's good," and that people buy this bullshit. Oh, Crowder bones with his wiener poking through his boxer briefs. Can you do that to a man's asshole with your boxer briefs like that? I don't know. Oh, that's his stupid dad. He has to laugh. Okay, so that guy, oh, wow, he's down to putting his dad in the co-host chair?
Oh, what?
Ooh, boy. Yikes. Yeah, I guess Crowder had to make his own dating service because they were starting to find his account on Grindr. Dead Game says, I'm still laughing at the fact that he had to have little golden boys around him half clothed, and it's about a vaccine. Right? You had two guys dressed as your little golden servant boys while you're singing a vaccine parody song.
I feel like he went with the Cranberries song because he wanted to parody the video and have an excuse to, again, dance with some golden cherubs. But he's like, but that might sound kind of gay. So how about it's about the vaccine?
Oh, boy. Sage sent Crowder he blind CC'd me on the Date Steven thing. Date Steven at louderwithcrowder.com. If someone wants to throw that in the chat, that link, I want you guys to send dating profiles to Steven Crowder. Sage with $5 says, I sent them a profile. Well, ChatGPT did. I BCC'd you. Check your email. All right, here you go, guys. Date Steven at Louder with Crowder. Was it .com?
I think so.
There you go. There's the email link in the chat. Okay. Seeking laughter and intellectual conversations with Steven Crowder. Hey there, fellow truth seeker. Are you ready to embark on a journey filled with laughter, thoughtful debates, and undeniable chemistry? I'm your name, and I'm on a quest to catch the attention of none other than the charismatic Steven Crowder. About me. Passionate, witty, and always up for a challenge. I thrive on engaging conversations that explore the depths of ideas and perspectives, whether we're debating politics, dissecting current events, or dissecting the latest pop culture trends. You can bet I'll bring my A game to the table. But don't let my intellectual prowess fool you. I've got a playful side that loves nothing more than sharing a hearty laugh and indulging in a good dose of humor. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. I looked at the picture before I read the rest of it. Okay. Intellectual explorer. I believe that growth comes from embracing diverse viewpoints and seeking to understand the world from different angles. I'm a lifelong learner who relishes in the exchange of ideas. And I'm excited to engage in spirited discussions that challenge both of us to think deeper and broaden our horizons. Whether it's over a cup of coffee or a virtual debate, I'm ready to dive into the complexities of life with you. Life's a stage. Much like Steven's knack for entertaining and educating, I'm not afraid to share on the stage of life. Whether I'm honing my improv skills, cracking jokes, or sharing my unique perspectives through creative outlets, I believe that life is meant to be lived authentically and passionately. Who knows? Maybe we can even collaborate on some fun projects together. How do you feel about gold paint? By the way, guys, blind CC me on any Crowder emails you send.
Your email is going to be loaded with so many big black dicks.
Yeah, but what if the listeners send me the stuff they sent Crowder?
So yeah, guys, don't CC April on that. Need any more.
When I'm not indulging in intellectual pursuits, you'll find me out and about exploring the world with an adventurous spirit. From hiking trails with stunning vistas to trying out exotic cuisines, I'm always up for a new experience that enriches my life and broadens my horizons. Let's dance to the rhythm of debate. If you're someone who loves a good challenge, thrives on stimulating discussions, and believes that life is best lived when it's a balance mixed of laughter and intellectual exploration, then I think we could create some amazing chemistry together. So, Steven Crowder, are you ready to join forces and embark on a journey that's bound to be filled with knowledge, humor, and unforgettable moments? Swipe right if you're ready to explore the depths of ideas while sharing plenty of laughs along the way. Let's make the world our stage and create a partnership that's as engaging as it is exhilarating. And there's the picture.
She is a large drink of water from the Big Island. Holy Jesus, man.
Looks like Trisha Paytas got stung by a bee.
Oh, she's got that vaccine.
Vaccine.
It's just so bad.
It's all bad. It's all garbage. It's all bullshit, and it's bad for you. Point blank. End of story. Well, guys, that's it for today's show. We fit Crowder in there. Oh, thank goodness. And we will talk to you again tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time. Johnny will be on Just Kidding LLC. That's coming up at 2 o'clock today. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. So be sure to subscribe there also. Johnny, thank you very much for coming in today.
You're very welcome.
And to the rest of you, take it easy.